Silence please, all stand. This Coroner's Court is now sitting.
Good morning. Yes, Mr Castleton.
Your Honour, I call Spencer Morgan.
Morning.
Silence please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Have a seat. Thank you, Mr Morgan. And it's entirely up to you whether you want to have your mask on or off. Okay.
Mr Morgan, would you please state your full name?
Spencer Grange Morgan,
Your present address?
12 Patterson Place, Kelso.
And your present occupation?
I'm an apprentice floorer.
In late 2019, were you working for a Mr Chabelle or Charlie Tanous?
I was.
And were you working at a property that you understood he owned or partly owned, located at 1620 Upper Turon Road, Upper Turon?
Yes.
Have you provided a statement to New South Wales Police by way of a record of interview dated the 31st of October 2020?
I have.
And have you read that record of interview recently?
Have I read it?
Yes?
Yes.
And have you read it recently?
Yes.
Are there any matters that require any correction as far as you're concerned?
No.
Did you first commence working for Mr Tanous in perhaps November of 2019?
Yes, I believe so.
Well, doing the best you can. You're aware, are you not, that there was a fire that commenced on the property on the 4th of December 2019?
Yes.
Using that as a point of reference, approximately how many weeks or months had you been working on the property at 1620 Upper Turon Road, Upper Turon?
I'd say at least 2 months.
2 months. And is that property known as Eldrickham Springs?
I wasn't aware of the property name while working there. There's no signage or anything. I just knew it as Charlie's Farm. So I'd say yes, I've heard that since.
And in that period of time that you were working on the property before the fire commenced on the 4th of December 2019, did you have any understanding of who may have owned the property?
I knew that Charlie at least owned or partly owned the farm.
Right. And you mentioned, or partly owned with whom?
I believe with his brothers, I think.
And how many brothers did you understand Charlie to have?
2.
Right. And do you know their names?
I don't recall. No.
And how did you come about to being employed by Charlie to work on the farm?
There was an advert on a job-seeking app, and yeah, I just applied for it.
What sort of job was being advertised?
Just a farmhand.
Right. And prior to perhaps November or October of 2019, had you worked as a farmhand previously?
I'd grown up on a farm for most of my life in Condoblin, so yeah.
Now, what were the sorts of work that you were required to do in that 2-month period that you worked on the property?
Just ploughing and seeding paddocks with millet was basically all I did out there for the period of time I was there before the fire.
And how would you describe, that is, in that period, the 2 months prior to the fire, the farming operations being conducted on the property at 1620 Upper Turon Road?
Just pretty normal, I suppose.
Was it cropping? Was it grazing? Was it mixed cropping and grazing?
Just grazing, like just for cattle feed and stuff, and yeah.
You mentioned seeding. Was that for pasture?
Yeah.
Now, did anyone else work on the property with you and to your understanding was also employed by Charlie prior to the 4th of December?
Yeah, there was an older fellow, John. I can't remember his last name off the top of my head.
Does John Wilson ring a bell?
That's the one.
And was he your supervisor or not?
We were at the same level, but he did show me how to do a lot of things and made sure that I was doing those jobs correctly.
Right. Who did you take your instructions or directions from? Was it from John or from Charlie or a combination?
John was in direct contact with Charlie, and we'd get the information and he'd pass it on to me.
And were you, Mr Morgan, in that 2-month period leading up to the 4th of December, a full-time employer or casual or permanent casual? How would you describe your employment relationship?
Full-time.
Full-time? And how were you paid? Were you paid by cash, cheque or electronic funds transfer, EFT?
Electronic funds transferred.
And whose account would you be paid by?
Charlie's.
Was it in Charlie's personal name or in some other name?
No, I think it was under his business quick flow. From memory, it would come through stamped with quick flow on it.
Right. And have you seen group certificates in relation to that employment that you had with Mr Tanus and or quick flow?
Yeah, I believe I have, yeah.
And was it quick flow on the group certificate or was it some other entity?
I can't recall.
Now, in terms of the farming operation itself, do you know whether Mr Tanus ran that as a partnership or through a company or no idea?
No idea.
Now, coming to the 4th of December, by the 4th of December 2019, had you been provided with any instruction or direction either by Mr Wilson or anyone else for that matter in relation to any firefighting equipment that may be located on the property?
I'd heard that the water truck was used for in case there were a fire, but I'd never been shown how to operate it prior to the fire. I had been shown after which, but yeah, no, as far as I know, it was just the water tank on the back of the Hilux, the Land Cruiser that was used as a firefighting implement.
All right, well, pausing there for a moment, I might just break that down.
Yep.
You mentioned a fire truck.
Sorry, I'm referring to the Land Cruiser with the water.
All right. Apart from the Land Cruiser that you've just mentioned, was there any other firefighting equipment, to your knowledge, located on the property up to and including the 4th of December 2019?
No.
Had you made no observation of any other firefighting tank or tanker?
No, it's just the only thing that would hold water would be the Land Cruiser with the water tank on the back.
Now, if you need to look at it, please tell Her Honour, but behind your record of interviews, there are a number of photographs of a Land Cruiser.
Yep.
And if you've got your statement there, by all means turn it up. But is that the Land Cruiser to which you've just referred, Mr Morgan?
Yes, sir.
And it has a red-coloured tank on the tray of that Land Cruiser vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's a dual reel and hose arrangement.
Yep.
With a petrol pump that runs the pump.
Yes, sir.
Now, do I understand correctly that prior to the 4th of December 2019, you had not yourself received any instruction or training in relation to how to use that particular spray arrangement?
That is correct.
And was it your understanding prior to the 4th of December 2019 that it served a dual purpose? One, to spray weeds, so a weed sprayer. You'll need to say yes or no. It needs to be recorded, Mr Morgan.
Yep.
And secondly, the other purpose was that it could be used to suppress fire by the use of water being contained in the tank.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of the 2 months that you had spent on the property prior to the 4th of December, how would you describe the vegetation around the property? Was it green? Was it dry?
On most part of it, it was quite dry with the tussock and everything had been sprayed, I think either the season or before or sometime before I'd gotten there. So, yeah, it was the undergrowth was a little green, but mostly it was covered in the dead tussock.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you grew up on a farm out Condobolin Way.
Yep.
Had you, as part of your experience on a farm in Western New South Wales, experienced drought
Yes, sir.
conditions?
Yeah.
And based on that experience, from your observations on the 2 months that you were on the property, did it appear that it had been in drought-like conditions based on your experience?
Yes, sir.
Could I just ask if the witness, Your Honour, could be shown, please, volume 4, tab 40.
Yes.
Mr. Morgan, do you see there a photograph?
Yep.
Do you recognise where that photograph may have been taken of?
I do.
And what is that?
That is just of the right-hand side of the front gate.
Now, I'd like you to assume... Sorry, I just asked you to go to 957.
Yep.
And is that... Do you agree with me that that's a photograph of the property that you were working on that was owned by Charlie,
Yep.
looking at a perspective left of the front gate?
That would, in this perspective, this would be the left of the front gate, yes.
And do you agree with me if one looks at the top right-hand corner of the photograph and moves in a direction from right to left, that one can see an access road?
Yes.
And is that known as Tobin's Oakey Trail, to your knowledge, or not?
To my knowledge, I wouldn't know. I just know that as Charlie's front driveway.
And that's the driveway or access way that takes vehicular traffic up to the homestead or the house.
Yes, sir.
Now, I want you to assume, please, Mr. Morgan, that this photograph was taken on the 6th of December 2019, 4 days after the fire on the property.
Yep.
Does that... I withdraw that. In terms of the dry grass or the tussock that one sees throughout the photograph on the southern side of the fence line or the top side of the fence line as one looks at the photograph, do you agree that that generally depicts the condition of the vegetation on the 4th of December 2019?
Yes, it would.
And would you agree with me that it was quite dry, the tussock that one sees in this photograph?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that throughout the property that grass or tussock was cured?
What do you mean by cured?
Very dry
Yes, yes,
and likely to be highly combustible.
yes.
Now, coming to the 4th of December itself, do you remember what the weather conditions were like, Mr. Morgan, on the day the fire started?
On the day specifically, I just recall it just being a pretty warm summer day. Can't remember. I think it was a little windy. But yeah, just generally pretty dry, pretty warm.
And do you remember what you were doing on the 4th of December prior to being made aware of a fire starting?
I do. I was ploughing a paddock just above the hill that you can see in that photo on 957. I was just on the other edge of that rise when the fire had begun.
Do I take it that you had no... Pardon me, Your Honour. I'm just being provided a note. Yes. I take it by reference to volume 4, page 957, Mr. Morgan, that's in front of you now, that the rise that one sees at the top of the photograph, that you're on the other side of that rise?
Yes, sir.
And what were you doing on the other side of that?
I was ploughing all the soil,
Were you ploughing, and how were you ploughing?
using a bulldozer and a ploughing implement.
Right. Attached to the bulldozer, a seeder.
Not a seeder, a ploughing implement.
Right. Now, I take it that you had no vision from where you were undertaking work down to that boundary line that we see in the photograph on page 957?
No, sir.
And had you been up there from when you first commenced your work that day?
I was taking over from the previous day, so yeah, straight into it.
Now, coming back to that 2-month period before the 4th of December that you've been working on the property, did you make any observations of any other workers or contractors undertaking work on the property that wasn't associated with any work you or Mr. Wilson were doing?
So there was a group of, I'd say 3 fences there for most of the time that I was there. There was Jamie and 2 offsiders almost at least 2-3 times a week throughout the time that we were out there.
Throughout that 2-month period that you had commenced your work,
Yep.
you've identified one as Jamie. Do you know that gentleman's surname or nickname?
Foxy is his nickname, and I believe it's his last name.
Right. And you mentioned perhaps 2 other gentlemen who worked with Jamie.
Yep.
Do you know their names? Right. And from your observations over that 2-month period that you saw them perhaps 2 or 3 times a week working on the property, what were they doing from your observations?
Replacing old fence lines and erecting some new ones on the interior. Where Charlie was wanting to split paddocks, make them smaller and more manageable. And yeah, just replacing the old fences that had been knocked apart by the goats.
Did you yourself undertake any work with those fencing contractors whilst you were working on the property?
No.
To your observation or knowledge, did Mr. Wilson undertake any work with those fencing contractors in that 2-month period prior to the 4th of December? Did you provide them any instruction or direction in relation to the fencing work that they were undertaking?
No, sir.
To your observations or knowledge, did Mr. Wilson provide them with any instruction or direction in relation to their fencing work?
As far as I know, no.
Do you have any knowledge of how they were provided with instructions about what they were to do on any given day or not?
No.
Did you make any observations of any piping work in that 2-month period that you were working on the property?
How do you mean by piping work?
Any plumbing work or any works to do with water flow or anything like that?
No.
Your clear recollection is you only saw Jamie and the 2 other gentlemen undertaking fencing work.
Yes.
Had you, in that 2-month period prior to the 4th of December 2019, Mr. Morgan, observed any fencing contractor using any grinders,
No.
any air compressors?
An air compressor, yeah.
And how often did you make an observation of the use of an air compressor?
Most days, any time that they had to put star pickets down, it was quite a large, loud air compressor,
Right.
so you could hear it from a distance.
And that is used, is it not, to drive into the ground
Yes, sir.
a post?
Yes, sir.
Did you, in that 2-month period leading up to the 4th of December 2019, make any observation of any fencing contractor welding or using welding equipment?
No, not that I noticed.
No? You sure about that?
Yeah, I am.
Do you know how they were going to fix a stay post to a strainer post as part of the new fencing arrangement that they were instructed to install?
I do not know.
Don't know. Right. Now, apart from the spray unit attached to the tray of the Land Cruiser, are you quite certain there was no other firefighting equipment present on the property as at the 4th of December 2019?
I'm fairly certain, yeah.
Now, coming back to the 4th of December 2019, how did you first become aware that there may have been a fire on or near the property?
Jamie had come and fetched me while I was out on the paddock. Yeah.
So you're in the bulldozer at this time,
Yes.
ploughing. And how has he come to you, on foot or in a vehicle?
In a vehicle.
And do you know what vehicle it was?
A grey Hilux, I believe.
And did you understand that that was a Hilux vehicle owned by Jamie?
That was my belief, yeah.
And have you come to learn, subsequent to this fire, that Jamie's surname is Edwards?
I have.
But at the time you only knew him as Jamie or Foxy?
Yes.
Now, he's come to you in his own work vehicle, a grey Hilux.
Yes.
And what did he say to you, if anything?
That there was a fire.
And did he say where the fire was?
After he saying where was the fire, I looked in the direction he'd come, and there was a big plume of smoke behind him.
Right. And having regard to the photograph I've already taken you to, Mr. Morgan, which is at page 957 of volume 4, did the plume of smoke align in that general direction where there's a strainer post and a stay, new strainer post and stay, or some other location?
Roughly, yes, in that direction.
And did he say to you how the fire started?
No.
Did you ask him how the fire started?
No.
Right. Did he say to you or how long the fire had been burning for?
No. It was when I got down to the bottom there, it had only burnt probably 30 square metres. It wasn't quite out of control yet, and we just tried to get in and get the pump going and try to put it out.
I'll come to that. I just want to
No, sorry.
do it in an orderly way.
Yep.
If I could, please. What was the purpose of Jamie coming to you where you were working on the bulldozer?
Because I use the Land Cruiser as a transport vehicle to get to and from the bulldozer from the house yard. Because at that time I was driving a very two-wheel off-roading car, so I required something to get me to the paddocks that I needed to. So I'd use the water Land Cruiser as a transport vehicle, and he knew that. So I had the water truck with me.
Should Her Honour infer from what you've just said that the reason that Jamie has come to you was that he wanted to use the Land Cruiser which had the spray unit on the back?
I would assume so, yes.
Now, at that time, do you know, and if you don't know, please say so, what the capacity of that tank was on the tray of the Land Cruiser?
I couldn't give you an accurate answer.
Right. Was it full or partially full?
It was always. I know. It always at least had 100 litres in it.
100?
Yeah, it had to be over at least halfway, and I think it was at least 100 litres.
Right. On this occasion, the 4th of December 2019, was it full or was it just over halfway?
It would have been over halfway.
Over halfway, but beyond that you can't say whether it was full or just above halfway.
It would, yeah, just above.
And did you and Mr. Edwards, Jamie, drive in the Land Cruiser with the spray unit on the rear tray down to the fence line where the fire was?
From memory, I drove the Land Cruiser down and he drove his Hilux down simultaneously.
And when you arrived, what observations did you make of the fire?
That it just was looked like a regular little grass fire, just gotten a little out of control. That it didn't seem too I can't think of the word, too over the top to control.
And apart from yourself and Mr. Edwards, Jamie, was anyone else present at the fire scene or not?
He had one assistant worker with him. With him on that fence line, he had 3 others at the other end of the fence line. But yeah, when we got down to the fire, there was the other fella, just the one trying to put the tussock out with a shovel.
With a shovel?
Yeah.
And do you know his name?
I don't.
Didn't come to learn his name subsequent to the fire?
That was the first day he had been there. Prior to that, he'd not come to the farm.
And since the fire, you still don't know that gentleman's name?
I only saw him the one day and never had a conversation with him.
When you've arrived and you've seen this gentleman, I'll call him Mark,
Yeah.
or Mr. Turner, Mark Turner, just assume for me that's likely to be the person you just referred to.
Yeah.
Apart from yourself, Mr. Edwards, and Mark Turner, there was no one else present
No, not
at that time. And from your observations, did you form any view as to where the fire may have originated from?
It seemed like it had started somewhere towards the front gate, just in the direction where it had burnt by the time I'd gotten there.
And you mentioned it was about 30 square metres in size at the time you first arrived.
Roughly.
Apart from the shovel that Mr. Turner had and the water spray unit that was on the rear of the Land Cruiser, was there any other firefighting or suppression equipment? Right. Now, do you know what time of the day it was when you've come down to the fire with
I would not
Mr.
be able
Edwards?
to recollect. Sorry, I do not know.
And
Midday, I believe.
right, and at this stage, you've described it as a grass fire. Did you form any view as to whether you would be able to control that grass fire with the equipment you had, namely a shovel and a spray unit?
I believe that had I known how to use the equipment properly, I think we could have gotten a hold of it. Yes.
And why do you say that now, Mr. Morgan?
Because with how little that we could get the pressure out of the tank, we almost got on top of it before it had gone up the hill.
For honour's benefit, could you just indicate what the problem was with the pressure that you encountered throughout the course of the day as a result of using the tank and the reel and hose system coming out from the tank on the back of that Land Cruiser?
So, as I came to know after that day, there's a red handle on the edge on one side of the pump that controls how much water to air ratio that would come through the pipe.
The pressure valve.
Pressure valve, yeah. And yeah, so I didn't see it when we were trying to get it going. And yeah, we just had it full air basically.
So the pressure valve was in the wrong position,
Yes, sir.
thereby reducing the amount of pressure that could be utilised through the two hose system.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Edwards know from your observations how to operate the spray unit?
The three of us tried to get it going, and to no avail. And the fire was getting bigger as we were trying to get it going. And with what water we had coming out, we decided to try and stop it.
Did you switch from using two hose to one to try and increase the pressure
Yes, sir.
that would then come out of at least one hose?
Yes, sir.
And what effect, if any, did the water suppression have in terms of controlling or suppressing the spread of this grass fire as you've described it?
Very minor. It was enough water to put the flame out, but not enough to stop the embers and I can't think of the word of just the small fire still going within the tussock. So I couldn't saturate it enough to put it out fully.
At this time, whilst you're using the spray unit, how would you describe the wind?
It was a little choppy. From memory, it was changing direction a little. Wasn't very high amount of wind, but there was breeze there.
Now, to your knowledge, at the time that you've come down to the boundary fence line, had anyone, including yourself, notified any emergency service providers, 000, New South Wales Rural Fire Service or New South Wales Fire and Rescue?
I suggested it at some point once we had a second, and I think from memory either Jamie had called them or was about to call them. But yeah, as far as I was aware, Jamie was the one that was to call them or had called them.
And In terms of distance between that boundary fence line where the fire appears to have originated from and where you were undertaking your ploughing work on the other side of the hill, how far is that in terms of, firstly, kilometres, if you're able to say?
Probably be 500 metres, maybe. It's within my line of sight. It was just that there's a hill between where I was, and so I couldn't see them.
And in terms of the drive down from where you were undertaking your work in the Land Cruiser down to the front gate to the property where the fire was now burning, how long did that take you to drive down, Mr. Morgan?
20 seconds.
Now, at some point, did the spray unit that you're operating run out of water?
It did eventually.
Now,
Sorry.
at the time that it had run out of water, where was the fire in terms of its spread at that time?
From memory, it was already across the creek and on up the hill.
Now, I'll have you look at another photograph. Do you still have volume 4 in front of you, Mr. Morgan? You just turn to tab 41 to page 972.
972.
972.
Yep.
Do you see there the gate to 1620 Upper Turon Road, the property you're working on?
Yes, sir.
And do you see to the right of that a new metal strainer post and stay?
Yes, sir.
And as one travels down slope in a easterly direction,
Yep,
does one see a gully?
I do.
Now, is that gully known as Tobin's Oakey Creek?
I believe so, yes.
And was there any water in the creek at this time?
No, sir.
Now, in terms of where the fire may have spread, by the time that the spray unit had either run out of water or was low on water, where was the fire by that time?
From memory, it was at least halfway up that hill.
And when you say that hill, is that the hill that is bare ground that leads up to some woodlands or forested area?
Yes, sir.
And was it on the northern or southern side of that boundary fence line which we see running in a generally westerly to easterly direction?
South side.
South.
Charlie's side.
So it had crossed the fence line and into Mr. Tanusa's property?
Once it went through the creek, it had cut into Charlie's property, yeah.
Right. Do you remember yourself making a phone call to emergency services?
I personally did not.
Did you, when the spray unit on the rear of the Land Cruiser either ran out of water or was low on water, head up to the house?
At this point, when it did run out of water, I wasn't operating it. Jamie and his offsider was, and I had been up at the house, I believe, talking to John on the phone.
Just pausing there.
Yep.
Why had you left Jamie and Mr. Turner?
They left me at the bottom because it's
When you say the bottom, do you mean the gully?
yeah, so just by the front gate there.
Yep.
And they tried to go up the hill and get ahead of it. And I believe
Pausing there, when you are referring to up the hill, do you mean on the other side of the dry creek bed known as Tobin Oakey's Creek?
yes, sir.
Up to that bare ground we saw in the photo I showed you a moment ago?
On Charlie's side, yes.
Right. They went there in the Land Cruiser,
Yeah.
the two of them, and left you back down towards the gate, the front entrance to the property.
Yes.
And what were you going to do? if anything?
I was just going to try and do my best to put anything out coming back down the hill. There was no real plan in place that I was aware of. Just that they were going to take the truck and try and get ahead of it.
What did you have at your disposal to suppress the fire?
I had a shovel and a branch.
Now, at some point, based on your observations, did Jamie and Mark or Mr. Turner need to refill the tank at the rear of the Land Cruiser?
The fuel tank or the water tank?
The water tank.
The water tank, they did refill it at some point, yes. I believe that they managed to eventually get the pressure problem fixed by the time that they'd gotten at the top. So
Were you with them when they refilled the water tank?
I'd run into them filling it up, but no, I didn't go up with them.
And do you know when they decided they needed to return to the house to refill the water tank or not?
I do not.
But from your observations, they hadn't undertaken the refill at the time that they'd gone up that hill on Charlie's side of the property.
From memory, yes.
Now, when you've come down initially in the Land Cruiser after you've been informed by Mr. Edwards that there's a fire and you've seen a plume of smoke, did you make any observations of what equipment either Mr. Edwards or his offsider, Mr. Turner, were using down near the front of the property?
At the front of the property, as far as I was aware, the only thing he had was a shovel. That was the only thing out, other than the equipment that he carried with him in the ute. But yeah, there was just a shovel down by the fence when I got there.
Did you make any observation of Jamie Edwards offsider, Mr. Turner, wearing a welding mask?
No.
Or using a welding mask to try and suppress the grass fire?
No, I don't recall seeing any welding equipment.
You don't recall seeing any welding equipment near the fence line or where that new metal strainer post and stay was?
No, sir.
You're quite certain of that today, Mr. Morgan?
I'm fairly certain, yes.
Now, at some point, did RFS personnel arrive?
They did.
And do you have a sense of what time they may have arrived or not?
It was at least 2 hours after it had started, or an hour and a half maybe. To be specific, I wouldn't be able to.
All right. And in terms of the weather conditions, was there any change in the weather conditions from that to which you just described earlier, where it was swirling around a bit?
It progressively had got windier, but equally as warm.
Now, you mentioned there were 3 other contractors working for Mr. Edwards that were working further away from where him and Mr. Turner were working.
Yes, sir.
Did you make any observations of what they were doing whilst the fire was running?
I believe they were instructed to continue work whilst Jamie and Mr. Turner continued to fight it.
Why do you say I believe? What's
Because
your belief based on?
that when eventually when they went up the hill, Jamie and Mark went up the hill, I'd walked down to try and get ahead of some fire past the 3 workers and got them to help me. But later, speaking with them months later, running into them in town, that apparently, they'd been instructed to stay there and finish the fencing.
And apart from the air compressor that you've mentioned earlier in your evidence, do you have a better sense of what they were doing at their work location on the property?
How do you mean?
Well, were they just putting poles in the ground, or were they stringing wire, straining wire?
They were erecting fences, so everything that goes into putting a fence up, I guess.
And how far were they from where Mr. Turner and Mr. Edwards were working on that new strainer post and stay?
I'd say 60 metres away. They were the fence line in 972 that only goes to a gate not that far along that fence line. So they were at the other end where that gate is.
And would they have had a clear line of sight from where they were positioned down to that boundary fence line where the fire may have originated from?
I believe so, yes.
Did you stay at the property for some time whilst the RFS personnel were undertaking fire suppression activity?
From memory, yes. I ceased trying to fight it once more and more people got there because I couldn't do anything other than dig holes. Excuse me. Yeah.
And before you left the property that evening, did anyone inform you as to how the fire may have started or not?
There was speculation that there was a welder used, but as a definite, I wouldn't know.
Do I take it, Mr. Morgan, that Mr. Edwards didn't disclose to you what he thought may have been the cause of the fire?
After that incident, once it started, he didn't speak to me again at all.
I take you after the 4th of December, you've not spoken to Mr. Edwards since?
I haven't seen him since.
And on the 4th of December, he did not disclose to you what he thought may have been the cause of the fire?
No, he didn't say anything.
His offsider who you didn't know at the time, but we'll call him Mr. Turner, Mark Turner, did he, throughout the course of the 4th of December, disclose to you what he thought may have been the cause of the fire?
No, he didn't speak to me much at all, other than telling me where to run.
And since the 4th of December, have you spoken to that gentleman
I don't know that gentleman at all.
Did you return to work the next day, the 5th of December?
To the next day, I couldn't be sure. I can't recall.
Right. Doing the best you can, the next day that you returned to the property, did you make any observations of any fencing contractors undertaking their work or not?
As far as I'm aware, as far as I knew, Jamie and that had left, and we were looking to get different contractors in to finish the works.
Do I take it that it was your understanding that the last time Mr. Edwards did any fencing contract work was on the 4th of December?
I think he returned to the farm at some point after there for a day, maybe. And I don't know. I wasn't sure what he was doing. He was doing works, but I wouldn't be able to tell you where.
And prior to the 4th of December, did Mr. Edwards, to your observations or knowledge, leave any of his equipment or materials that he needed for the fencing work on the property?
As far as I'm aware, no.
Don't know.
I don't know.
Your Honour, thank you. That concludes the examination.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, if you just wait there might be some other questions. Mr. Newton?
I have no questions, Your Honour.
And Mr. Tobin?
Thank you, Your Honour. I've had technical difficulties, so I'm working from the phone rather than from the computer.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I'll make it quick. Mr. Morgan, you were ripping a paddock using a bulldozer.
Yeah.
Right. And you say that was to do seeding of that paddock.
Yes, sir.
Right. Was it a large bulldozer, a D3 or something bigger or what?
No, it wasn't a very large bulldozer. It was quite small in regards to bulldozers.
Right. Why a bulldozer rather than a tractor?
Because of the terrain most of the time.
Because the hilliness.
Yeah. It was. You'd be more likely to flip a tractor in some spots.
With the utility or the vehicle that had the water tank on it, had you used that for any purpose prior to that day, in the sense of spraying for weed or anything like that?
No, sir.
Had you been given any instruction as to how to use that machine prior to that day?
No.
Insofar you say it probably had 100 litres, can you remember what the volume capacity of that tank was?
I can't be specific, no.
Right. Acknowledging that a 44-gallon drum has about 200 litres, it looks to be at least the size of two 44-gallon drums. Could that be right?
I would agree, yeah.
Yeah. So that would be around 400 litres.
Yeah.
And was there any instruction given to you as to how much water you should carry in that tank from day to day?
I think from memory it was at least half. It had to have at least half in it.
Right. When you say from memory, who told you that to do that?
John said not so much as a rule, but like just a kind of farming rule of thumb is that you always keep at least half a tank of water in there ready to go.
So if it's half a tank of water, that's about 200 litres.
Yeah.
Right. Was there any reason why you wouldn't carry a full tank of water?
I'd say from just speculating that it'd just be a weight to fuel ratio thing.
Right. Now, that area, that vehicle was used principally on the farm?
Yes.
Right. At the time of this fire, or the December, it was very dry, drought conditions.
Yeah.
Had you been given any specific instructions as to fire awareness for this property?
No.
And had you been either from Charlie or from John given any particular instructions as to what to do when a fire may occur?
No, I would usually have John with me or within a very small distance, and I think I just relied on his knowledge.
You had previously been on the land.
Yes, sir.
Understood the risk of fire.
Yes, sir.
Right, but you were given no instruction either from Charlie or from anyone else as to particular needs in relation to fire.
No, not other than just to use the water truck to help fight
it. In addition to the water truck, were you aware that there was a larger truck or larger water tank back at the house property?
No.
No. That had a broken jockey wheel?
There was a little tank that was on a trailer. I wasn't aware that was for firefighting purposes.
When you say little tank on a trailer, that was a tank that would carry water?
Yeah, I believe so. It's usually those type of tanks that usually carried water.
You don't know if it had a pump on it?
From memory, I believe that there were plumbing parts sitting around it.
Right. Would that tank, the water capacity of that tank, be similar to the capacity of the tank on the back of your vehicle?
More or less, yeah.
Right. Now, when you reached the fire site, there was no obvious cause of fire apart from some human activity. Would that be correct? There didn't appear to be anything. From what you saw, there didn't appear to be lightning. There didn't appear to be any other fire nearby. It was a very localised fire.
Yes, sir.
And you say it's about 30 square metres when you get there.
Yeah, as a bit of a guess, yes.
Right.
Wasn't
very by large. That, do you mean that it's something like 7 metres by 4 metres or 30 metres squared? So it's got to the stage of a bit over a cricket pitch in each direction.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. At the time that you fought the fire with Mr. Turner and Jamie, and with the limited assistance of your water, you nearly suppressed the fire. Is that correct?
We got close.
Put it out. Yeah, we got close. And if in fact the water tank that you were using, if you had been given training as to how to use that tank, you would have put the fire out. Would that be correct?
I believe so. I believe we would have got a hold of it. Yes.
Yeah. Did you subsequently not only learn, but did you subsequently use that tank to see what pressure water you would get when you had the valve opened?
After the fire,
Yeah.
I learnt how to use it in its full for spraying purposes. So I had good knowledge of how to operate it.
So using that tank in that way, if you had been instructed as to how to use it beforehand, that would have been enough to knock this fire. Would that be correct?
I believe so, yes.
Right. The vegetation the fire was burning at the time was serrated tussock. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there appeared to be nothing between the tussock growth. There was no undergrowth. It was basically just a area of serrated tussock.
Yeah.
And that's a very fine, wispy type growth that is easy to ignite, but it's also pretty easy to hit with water and knock out.
Yeah, they're very, very flammable. And once you did hit them with something, most of the top part of it would just blow away to nothing. But the problem would be the base would smoulder and continue burning.
Right. When the fire was at that early stage, and you say there's a crew of 3 other fences down the hill about 400 metres or 500 metres, if they had have joined in with you...
I object, Your Honour. I don't think that was a fair characterisation of the evidence.
Mr. Tobin, I think it was 60
I
metres.
think it was 60 metres was the estimate given.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. I've mixed up this. If those other crew that were still fencing, if they had have joined in with you, from what you observed of the fire and the ability, even using shovels and that, to suppress the fire, it's probable this fire would have been suppressed and stopped. Would that be correct?
I would say so. Very possible, yes.
As far as you were aware, you had a general awareness of fire risk, but you had no particular instruction in relation to your attendance of that property as to what to do in the event of fire.
Yes, I had a good indication of the prevalence of fire on a farm, but yeah, no, in regards to fighting one, I wasn't aware.
Right. Now, the RFS that attended, from the time that you had an awareness of them being called to their attendance, can you give an approximate period of time?
I can't.
Right. Certainly, the fire had been, endeavours had been made to fight the fire for some period of time before any call had been made to the RFS. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Right. And the time the RFS arrived, the fire had advanced to a significant degree, but it was still not a big fire.
I would class it as a pretty big fire once the RFS got there. Yeah.
Right. If they had have been there, say 20 minutes or half an hour earlier, it would have been a much easier fire to fight.
That would be a bit hard to say, just of how windy it was. Once they got there, it had been really going.
When you say windy, was the wind, if I could use the word, fluky in the sense that it changed direction from time to time?
Yeah, it had changed direction quite a lot.
Right. And did you observe the behaviour of the fire that when it started to run, that is to break away, that it was easy enough to control until it was going uphill, when it went much faster uphill?
Yes, I believe so.
You had no instruction yourself to call 000, and because Jamie seemed to be in control, you left him to do that?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you. Anything arising?
2 matters, if I may, Your Honour. Mr. Morgan, do you have your record of interview with you?
I do.
And as part of that, do you have a number of photographs that police showed you on the day that you undertook your record of interview?
I do.
Your Honour, the photographs are found in volume 2, and the relevant photographs, page 373. It's behind tab 10. It might be easy if I have the officer provide that to the witness. Page 373. Mr Morgan, do you see there a photograph of the relevant Land Cruiser that we've been discussing throughout the course of your evidence this morning?
Yes, sir.
And where's that photograph been taken?
Directly behind the seed shed.
Right. And do you see anywhere in that photograph the fire truck or tank you referred to in answer to some questions by Mr Tobin a moment ago?
I do.
And is it in the top left-hand corner adjacent to a large tree and perhaps in front of a hay bale?
Yes, sir.
And is it a square configuration?
Yes, sir.
And on the day that the fire started on the 4th of December 2019, did you know whether that trailer was operational?
I believe I don't believe that it was operational at that time. It had never moved in the time that we'd used it, and never been told that it was for anything. As far as I believe, that it was just an empty water tank on the back of a trailer.
And in the 2 months that you'd been working on the property, to your knowledge at least, and observations, it had never been used,
Yep.
and you'd received no instructions in relation to its use.
Yes.
Now, the second matter I just wanted to raise with you, arising from Mr Tobin's questions, is you mentioned that you were operating the dozer
Yep.
up on the other side of that hill that you've given evidence about earlier this morning.
Yes, sir.
Did it ever occur to you in those early stages that the fire was progressing down near the boundary line between the property you're working on and the neighbouring property to put in a fire break using the dozer?
I'd been suggested that after the fire, but I'd never known to even think of that.
And I take it you received no instruction or training prior to the 4th of December about the use of a dozer to put in a break?
No.
Do you think now, based on hindsight or reflecting, that had you put a break in, it may have prevented that fire getting down into the gully and taking that run up the hill?
I'd say if I'd driven that bulldozer straight down as opposed to the water truck and pushed it all into the creek, I think we could have avoided the fire. Yes. As opposed to trying to mess with the water tap.
Mess with a
Water truck.
a water spray unit that was not operating under optimal conditions.
Yes.
Because the pressure valve was in the wrong position.
Yes, sir.
You're right, nothing further.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mr Morgan. You're excused.
Your Honour, the next witness is Mark Turner. I call Mr Turner.
Yep.
Morning.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do. Thank you.
Have a seat. Thanks, Mr Turner.
Mr Turner, it's a matter entirely for you. You don't need to wear your mask, unless, of course, you would like to. Would you please state your full name?
Mark John Turner,
Your present address?
11 McLaughlin Street in Candos.
And are you working at the moment?
Yes.
And what's your occupation, Mr Turner?
I'm a mature-aged butcher's apprentice.
And did you provide to New South Wales Police a record of interview on the 6th of January 2020?
Sorry, what was that?
Did you give a record of interview to New South Wales Police on the 6th of January 2020? Yes. And have you been provided recently with a copy of that record of interview?
Yes.
And have you read it?
No.
Why not?
Time. A bit time poor at the moment.
Have you ever read that record of interview, Mr. Turner?
Oh, no, not really. I had a brief look at it, and I just didn't have time. And yeah, I was hoping it was going to come to me in a different format. Yeah, I just was a bit on my plate at the moment, so just didn't read it.
Do you know why you're here today to give evidence, Mr. Turner?
Yeah.
And what's your understanding of why it is you've been summoned to court to give evidence today?
Say my part, I suppose. If you guys ask me questions, then I would just tell you my understanding of what happened.
Right. When you refer to what happened, what are you referring to happening?
I'm referring to what I witnessed on the day that I was there.
And are you referring to the 4th of December 2019 when a fire commenced on a property near to where you were working? Now, can I just go back in time? Had you, prior to the 4th of December, the day of the fire, 2019, ever worked as a farmhand?
Yes.
And approximately how many months or years experience had you had as a farmhand?
I'd say 3 to 4 years.
And as part of your work as a farmhand, had you yourself, in that time prior to the 4th of December 2019, undertaken any fencing work?
Yes, correct.
And the fencing work that you'd undertaken in that period of time before the 4th of December 2019, did that occur in New South Wales or somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
Can I just ask you, please, Mr. Turner, to move forward so that you're closer to the microphone?
No worries.
It does need to be recorded. Could you just repeat your last answer?
Yes, I had worked. Outside of New South Wales as a farmhand.
Right. And had you done fencing work in New South Wales prior to the 4th of December or not? Had you done fencing work in Western Australia prior to the 4th of December 2019?
Yes.
And as part of the fencing work that you undertook in Western Australia, were you required from time to time to use a welding unit?
Yes.
Spot welding? Did you have experience in spot welding?
What do you call spot welding?
Did you, prior to the 4th of December 2019, have experience in using a stick welder?
Yes.
And doing the best you can, how would you describe your experience as a welder prior to the 4th of December 2019?
Well, the way I explained my experience as a welder was I'm just a farm hand welder. Like I'm definitely not qualified in any way. I'm just working as a labourer on a farm basically, and my boss at the time saying, give it a go. And I've just learnt as I've gone along, and that's how I explain my experience to this job in New South Wales. I know that fencing in New South Wales can be different to the way fencing is done in Western Australia. So I just said, on the day that I worked, that I can just show what I have learnt over it.
Would it be fair to say that in that time that you were working as a farmhand in Western Australia, doing some fencing work, that you had on-the-job training in relation to welding?
Correct.
You had no formal training or qualifications in welding, but you were familiar with welding units and could do welding if required?
Yeah.
Now, in that period of time that you were working in Western Australia as a farmhand and doing fencing work, were you ever required to weld a metal stay to a metal strainer post?
Yeah.
Your answer is yes?
Yes. Sorry.
And can you say on how many occasions you were required to weld a metal stay to a metal strainer post in that time that you were working in Western Australia, prior to the 4th of December 2019?
Do you ask how many times? Yeah. Numbers are like, I can.
Too many to be able to put a figure on it?
Oh, I wouldn't say too many. I don't. Yeah, like I've done probably weld up like A-frames and things like in the shed. We weld up A-frames or weld up strainer posts in the shed, and then we bring them out on a truck or bring them out with a tractor and bring them to site and then concrete them in. And I do it in the shed, basically in the farm shed. Not so much out on the field, in the field as much as once we weld up the strainer post, we bring it out and we set it off and then strain all the fencing wire and stuff like that.
Now, moving to a period of time just before the 4th of December 2019, you're back in New South Wales, are you not?
Yes.
And did you come to meet a gentleman by the name of Jamie Edwards? Or Fox?
Yes, Fox is what I've learnt him as, yeah.
Do you now know that Jamie Edwards is one of the same as Fox?
Yes.
Right. Now, on how many occasions did you meet Mr Edwards prior to the 4th of December 2019, Mr Turner?
The once.
Only met him once? Yeah. Could you have met him more than once? Could you have gone pig hunting with him?
Yes, I did. So,
just to help you, did you perhaps meet him early at a social gathering?
Yes. That was the once, and maybe I did go hunting with him. I can't remember if that would have been before. So yeah, twice.
A short amount of interactions with Mr Edwards prior to the 4th of December.
Right.
How did you come about to being contracted to him to undertake some fencing work for him on the 4th of December 2019?
I remember I pulled up, I rang, got his number for his friend, and I just rang him up and then teed it up with him because I needed work. So I'd spoken to him over the phone and organised the next day. He said, come around, meet me at my place at such and such, Razorback Road or wherever he was. And I met him there the next day.
You met him the next day at his property? Yep. And what was your understanding of what you were going to do on the 4th of December 2019 with Mr Edwards or for Mr Edwards?
Oh, I wasn't exactly sure. He just said, come and pick me up, or he said, come to my place. And he said, well, we're doing some fencing, and I was just going with the flow.
Did you know that he'd been doing some fencing for a particular owner of a particular property for some time?
I didn't know the particular owner, and I didn't know the particular property.
Did you know that the job that you were going to work on had been a job that had been going for some time, or not?
I can't. Yeah, maybe I can't really remember, to be honest. If he told me that, he may have told me.
And what did you tell Mr Edwards, if anything, about your experience in relation to how you could help him out with his fencing work?
Oh, I was a hard worker, and I fenced prior in WA, and that he'd have to show me the way they do it in New South Wales. But I could definitely help him out. I'm a hard worker.
And did you tell him prior to or on the day, that is the 4th of December, that you'd had experience as well as a welder?
I possibly would have said to him, I've done welding, yeah.
Now, in terms of the weather on the 4th of December, do you remember what it was like that day, the 4th of December?
Oh, obviously it was hot, yeah. Hot, windy.
And from your observation, since you'd returned from WA back to New South Wales, was it in drought, the area that you were going to work?
Yeah, definitely in drought.
vegetation was dry, fuel was combustible, highly combustible because of the dryness. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Now, when you've got to the property, did you know the address of where you're going? No. Did you know the name of the property that you're going? No. You were reliant, I take it, solely on Mr Edwards to get you from his place to where you would undertake your work on that day?
Right.
Did you have a sense of generally where you were going that day?
Had a vague direction, but yeah, I just knew.
You've left Razorback or Razor Ridge or thereabouts?
Safala. We actually went to Safala to his brother's house first.
So whose brother?
To Jamie Fox's house first.
Yes.
And we went there and picked up, I don't know, a few bits and pieces and stuff. And then, so I knew where Safala is, and we were going basically east up the creek that direction. So I knew how to get myself back.
Did you know you're heading towards Palmer's Oakie?
No.
Okay. Did you know that the name of the property was Eldrickham Springs?
No, I didn't.
Come to learn that later.
Yeah, I didn't even know Palmer's Oakie. I didn't even know that.
And all you knew was that you were going to help out Fox in relation to some fencing work on a property.
Well, he was helping me. I really needed the work, and he offered me the work, and I was just guns blazing my first day with him, so I just wanted to show him everything I knew and could do.
Okay. Are there any folders in front of you in the witness box, Mr Turner?
I don't know.
I just might have the witness show on, please. Volume 4, tab 40. Page 957. Thank you, officer. Mr Turner, do you see there a photograph on page 957? Does that accord with your recollection of where you may have been undertaking some work on the 4th of December 2019?
I don't really remember seeing that, but yeah.
Well,
Possibly, yeah, it was burnt, so.
well, just take a moment, just to refresh your memory. Just start at page 954 and just tell me if you agree with me that these are a number of photographs that depict the area in and around where you were working on the 4th of December 2019.
Yeah.
Take a moment to go through each of them, please. Have you got to the last photograph, which is page 962 of volume 4?
959. I'm just looking at post 959. Yep.
Thank you, sir. Can I just ask you to go back to page 957, which was towards the front of the tab 40, page 957. Do you have that?
Yep, got that. Back to there.
And that was the first photograph I showed you.
Yes, that's right.
If you just look at that area on the other side of the boundary fence, that is the non-charred area, do you agree that that fairly describes the dryness of the vegetation on the day that you're undertaking work on the property? And can I then ask you, please, Mr Turner, to just move forward slightly to tab 41 of the same volume, volume 4, page 972, bottom right-hand corner.
972. got it. Yep.
Do you see there a photograph looking down towards a gully?
Yeah.
Does that accord with your recollection of the area where you were on the 4th of December 2019?
Yes. Yep.
And you see an access gate? You see the gate there?
Yep.
And again, does the vegetation that one sees that's not charred or burnt, a fair representation of the dry conditions of the vegetation on the 4th of December 2019?
Yes.
Now, I may return to that photo later, so just put that to one side. If you have any residual doubts about the photographs I've shown you being of the area you're in on the 4th of December 2019, please go to your statement, if need be. Is that before the witness, Mr Turner, your record of interview?
No, that looks like it.
Yep.
No, we'll get that.
I don't want you to be under any misapprehension. I'll just show you a photograph you signed and dated when you attended police on the 6th of January 2020. It's volume 1. It's the last tab. Three two six.
It was quite some time ago, so yeah. But I see the pictures now and recall.
As I said, I don't want you to be under any misapprehension, Mr Turner, and page 326, please, officer.
Yep.
Do you see a photograph there, Mr Turner, that you've signed?
Yeah, I'll see it.
And you've dated it the 6th of January 2020? Mm-hmm. And in black pen, there's the number 1 in a circle?
Yep.
All right, if you just go to the next page, page 327. Again, do you see your signature and a date of 6 January 2020?
Yep.
And then turning again to the next page,
Yep.
page 328, photograph number 3. Again, you've signed and dated that.
Yep.
And do you agree with me that those 3 photographs are consistent with the photographs I showed you earlier?
Yep. That's it.
Now, when you got to the property with Mr Edwards that you were going to undertake some work on, was there any briefing that you had with Mr Edwards about what you're going to do and how you're going to do it and for how long you're going to do it?
I can't remember that far back. Possibly, I'm not sure.
And if you need me to take you into your record of interview, of course I will, but were you told that you're going to put in some stays to some strainer posts?
Yeah, I suppose he said that. Yeah.
Well,
I can't fully remember. He possibly did. Yeah.
do you have any recollection today of Mr Edwards speaking to you about what your role was going to be throughout the course of the day in terms of the fencing work that was going to be undertaken?
Yeah, it was a long time ago. And he probably, if I've signed and I've said that he did, then he did. I can't fully remember. I've got a bit of a bad memory. I can't fully remember. But I asked him about work. He said he's going to do this. He would have told me, and I would have just said, no worries.
Now, do you have any recollection of there being a discussion between you and Mr Edwards, Fox, about who was going to undertake any welding work?
He asked me, can I weld? And I said, I can farm weld. I've welded before. I'm no pro, but I can do it. And he said, no worries. And yeah.
And do you know why he wanted you to do the welding and not himself?
I don't know. I only just thought that because there was potential more ongoing work. He's just asked me to do it, so to show my experience. That's all I thought. The reason why he asked me to do it.
What equipment did Mr Edwards have and provide to you to undertake the work that you were required to do on this day?
Oh yeah, the welder. I was with him, and he had the welding mask and the welder and welding rods and all the.
What sort of welding unit do you remember?
I think it was just a stick welder, but yeah.
Right. And he provided you with a welding mask.
Yeah, correct.
Did he provide you with gloves?
Oh yeah, you would have, yeah.
Did he provide you with any training or direction or instruction in relation to how you were to go about your welding activities?
No.
Apart from the welding equipment you've just described, what other equipment did Mr Edwards have to enable fencing work to be undertaken?
Oh, he he just had all fencing wire, and yeah, I know he's got a compressor on the back of his ute, and yeah.
Was there a shovel?
I can't remember. Possibly, yeah.
Was there a sledgehammer? Or a mallet?
Yeah. So he would have had all those tools, yeah.
You can't remember today. Did you have any, at that time yourself, did you have any understanding of whether or not there was a total fire ban in place in relation to operating equipment?
No idea. If there was or there wasn't. I found out afterwards that there wasn't, but at the time I had no idea.
Right, so at the time you had no idea whether or not there was a total fire ban in place? I think you just said a moment ago, Mr Turner, that afterwards you found out that there was not a total fire ban in place. How did you find that out?
I think maybe Fox might have discussed it with me.
Did you have any appreciation on the 4th of December 2019 what the fire danger rating was that was in place by the New South Wales Rural Fire Service?
Like, looking back now, I know that it's really, really dry, and we shouldn't have had a welder. We shouldn't have even been working.
So you accept that now, with the benefit of hindsight, that you shouldn't have been working on that day using a welding machine. And why do you have that appreciation now?
Because it was so dry and it was so windy, you only had to a light spark and something would have lit up.
So you appreciate now that there was a risk, and that the risk existed and indeed manifested itself by a spark being discharged from the welding unit onto perhaps dry serrated tussing. You appreciate that now? Can you explain why it is you did not appreciate that at the time you're undertaking welding work on the 4th of December 2019? In circumstances where you knew it was hot, you knew it was very dry, you knew the vegetation was dry and combustible, and there was wind present, why did you not appreciate at that time that the use of a welding machine and a discharge of a spark or sparks could ignite a fire?
At the time, I was just wanting to impress my boss at the time, like Fox. Honestly, I didn't even think about those things, stupidly, and I was just wanting to do the best job and show the best job that I could do. Yeah.
Yeah, I see the time. That's convenient.
We're going to just take the morning adjournment now. We'll have a break. We'll come back at 12 o'clock. Okay.
All stand. This coroner's court now resumes.
Yes, Mr Castleton.
Thank you, Hannah. Mr Turner, if you could just get as close as you can to that microphone without being uncomfortable, greatly appreciate it. Coming back to the 4th of December 2019, if I may, do you have any memory today of having any discussion with Mr Edwards about what equipment, if any, was available to suppress or control a fire should one eventuate on the property as a result of the fencing work you and he may be undertaking?
No. I know that there was a fire cart there of some description, but that's all I knew. It was the furthest thing from my mind at the time.
But focusing on my question, doing the best you can today, is it your clear recollection that you have no memory of any specific discussion had between yourself and Mr Edwards about any equipment available to suppress or control a fire should one eventuate as a result of the work you're undertaking on the property that day?
That was, no. That was prior to his work? No, I did not. No.
You mentioned a fire cart. Are you referring to a Land Cruiser that had a water tank on the back of the tray or something else?
Yeah, there was something. I can't remember if there was a vehicle or a trailer, but it was something of that description.
Do you have volume 4 still in front of you, Mr Turner?
Which page would you like?
If you just go to the tab 46 towards the back of the volume, that is volume 4.
46.
Yeah, 46.
Yep.
And if you could just turn up page 986, it's the second photograph in behind tab 46. And let me know when you have that photograph. Is that the fire cart to which you just referred, or is it something else?
Six. Yeah. I remember it being a spray rig and they were using it with water in it. Yeah, I really remember that.
And did you know about its existence prior to the fire starting, or was it only after the fire started that you became aware that there was available on the property this particular spray unit?
Only after.
After. You had not been informed before the fire by Mr Edwards, or I take it anyone else, that there was a spray unit on site should it be needed to suppress a fire?
No.
Apart from that, which you've referred to as a fire cart, I'll refer to it, if you don't mind, as the Land Cruiser with a spray unit on the rear. Was there any other firefighting equipment brought to your attention by Mr Edwards or anyone else on the 4th of December that could be utilised to suppress a fire, or not?
Not that I remember, no. But there was something else there. I can't remember what it was. Like when I say fire cart, it was like a trailer or something. Something there was for putting out fires, and I think I remember I was amazed that we weren't using that particular one, but I can't. That wouldn't work or something like that, you know.
All right. Well, perhaps if you just move back one page to page 985. Again, it's volume 4, tab 46, Your Honour.
I think it's just the page before.
Just the page before.
Yep.
Page 985.
Yep.
985. It's on screen if
Yep.
you need assistance.
Yep.
Now, do you see that? I just want you to assume that's the front of that Land Cruiser, which has the red water tank on the rear tray. Do you see in the back left-hand corner between a hay bale on a trailer and a large tree, another trailer with what may be a tank?
Yeah, I do see that.
Is that the other unit to which you've loosely referred to a moment ago?
No, that's just a water pod. I can't remember. I don't think it was that.
Right. Yeah.
But
Moving back then to the 4th of December, Mr. Turner, do you remember undertaking some welding on the 4th of December?
yes,
And were you, if you need to refresh your memory by looking at a photograph, please let her on know, but were you welding a stay, metal stay, to a metal strainer?
yes,
And just so that there's no confusion, if you still have that volume 4 in front of you, if you could please turn to tab 40 to page 959.
What was the other volume, I think?
It's the smaller one of the two, Mr. Turner. That's volume 4, tab 40, page 959, and perhaps if that could be brought up on screen to assist the witness.
40.
Yes, and then 959, if it's on screen, if you just need to confirm you're on the same page.
Yep. Yep, I'm at it.
Do you see there a photograph of the metal stay that you were welding to a metal strainer post on the 4th of December 2019? Mm-hmm. And were you using a stick welder on that occasion?
Yeah, from what I remember.
And before you've undertaken this particular welding job, had you undertaken any other welding that day?
No, not that I can remember, no.
Right. Now, you've mentioned that you had available to you a welding mask and gloves and rods. Before you undertook this particular welding job, that is the metal stay to the strainer post, was there any discussion between you and Mr. Edwards about clearing the vegetation in and around that strainer post to provide, in effect, a break should there be any sparks discharged?
Not that I remember, no.
You had available to you, did you not, a shovel on that occasion?
Possibly, I can't really remember, to be honest.
Right. What steps, if any, did you take to alleviate the risk of fire should one start prior to undertaking the welding work?
From my memory, I just got into work. I can't remember doing anything.
Is it fair to say that, other than perhaps one matter, no steps were taken to reduce the risk of a fire starting at the time you commenced the welding work, other than perhaps having Mr. Edwards act as a spotter?
Exactly, yeah.
Apart from Mr. Edwards acting as a spotter, is it fair to say no other steps were taken either by yourself or Mr. Edwards to manage the risk of fire should one start in and around the area you're working?
Other than that, the fire, whether the water cart or that Land Cruiser with the spray rig that you refer to, that being nearby, other than that, no.
And the fire cart, that is the Land Cruiser with the water tank on the rear tray, that was not parked near to where you were carrying out work, was it?
Yeah, as far as I know, it was nearby. It wasn't straight there, so you could pick it up straight away, but it was nearby.
It was some distance away that required, did it not, Mr. Edwards driving in his grey Hilux utility vehicle to a different location on the property to retrieve that water cart or Land Cruiser with the water tank on the rear tray, correct?
Okay, yep.
Do I take it that at the time that you commenced the welding work that we've seen in the photograph at page 959, neither you nor Mr Edwards wet down an area immediately around the strainer post or stay post, correct?
Correct.
That neither you nor Mr Edwards laid down a tarp in and around that area where you're working on the stay post and the strainer post,
Correct.
correct? That you did not have with you a knapsack spray pump or pack? You'll need to say
No,
correct.
we did not. Correct, we did not.
There was no fire extinguisher available to either you or Mr Edwards to suppress a fire should one ignite in and around that strainer post and stay, correct?
Correct.
That all you had available was a spray unit some distance away to utilise, correct?
Correct.
And I think we've established earlier, Mr Turner, that neither you nor Mr Edwards cleared perhaps a 1 or 2 metre radius around the area you were undertaking the welding job
Correct.
to clear it of vegetation.
Correct, we didn't.
Now, in relation to that Land Cruiser, which has the red water tank on the rear tray, do you agree with me that you were not provided any training or instruction on the use of that spray unit by either Mr Edwards or anyone else on the 4th of December 2019?
Correct.
Did you, on that day after the fire commenced, encounter some difficulties in relation to the operation of that spray unit on the rear of the Land Cruiser?
Yeah, because I didn't know how to use it, I suppose.
You say you didn't know how to use it. Do you recall there being problems in relation to the pressure that was being applied to the water in the hoses on that day?
Yes, I remember, yeah.
And was the pressure in those dual hoses suboptimal, less than satisfactory?
Yes.
And did you come to learn later that that was because the pressure valve that operated the pressure throughout the system was not turned on in the appropriate manner?
No, I don't know anything about that.
Coming back to the welding job itself, if I may, do you remember whether you were welding on your knees or whether you were standing up?
See, in my mind, I feel like I was on my knees, leant down and welding, but by the picture, I wasn't on my knees. I obviously was standing with my head down welding. So that's obviously what I was doing.
And whilst you were head down welding, what, to your observations, was Mr Edwards doing?
Looking out, I got no idea. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't see anyone. You got your mask on, and all you're seeing, you're looking this distance away at a welding flash, so you got a good weld. That's all I was seeing.
Did you have a discussion with Mr Edwards as to what he was going to do whilst you were undertaking the welding job?
I can't remember. He possibly did discuss with me, and I can't remember, to be honest with you.
And whilst you were undertaking the welding, was there any arcing or sparking?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And what happened as a result of that arcing or sparking, Mr Turner?
Well, when I asked, you're welding, you just wait for it to start welding, you just start welding. Nothing, I was just welding, it was fine. And it wasn't until I was getting through the weld that actually it smelled like burning. And I finished the weld and then lifted my mask up and looked up, and there was a small fire.
If we can just break that down, was the first notice that you had of the possibility of a fire was when you smelt smoke?
Correct.
Shortly after that, did you make an observation of fire?
Yes.
By this stage, have you heard anything from Mr Edwards in relation to a fire starting or not? Once you've lifted your welding mask and observed fire, how far away was the fire from where you were positioned near to the strainer post undertaking the welding work?
Just on the other side of the fence.
And when you say on the other side of the fence, do you mean on the adjoining property,
Correct.
which is on the northern side of that boundary fence that one sees in photograph at page 959?
Correct.
And how far from the strainer post was that fire?
Oh, like a metre? No, not even that, not even a metre. It was, I had to jump the fence to get to it.
I'll come to that in a moment, if I may. Was the fire burning in serrated tussock, dry grass?
Yeah. Yes.
Was it only burning in one clump, or has it spread to more than one clump of dry grass?
Look, to me, it was just the one clump of grass.
And when you've seen that fire, and moments before you jumped the fence, do you have an understanding of where Mr Edwards was?
It was just standing to the right of me.
To the right of you? On the same side of the fence that you were working on?
Correct.
Now, you've jumped the fence, you say. Was there a reason why you jumped the fence and didn't go through the gate that was adjacent to where you were working?
Because the quickest way was straight to the fence. Like, alarms were blasting in my mind, and the fence was there. It was quicker just to jump the fence.
And when you jumped the fence, what did you do in relation to attempting to suppress that fire?
I was just jumping on the fire.
And did you seek to stomp it out with your boots, did you?
Correct.
Did you have anything with you other than your boots to use to try and suppress that fire? Did you use your welding mask at any time to try and control the spread of the fire?
No, I can't remember doing that, no.
There's some evidence that is before Her Honour that you may have been using a shovel at some point to try and suppress the fire. Does that ring any bells with you?
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
But in terms of the early stages of the fire, all you had available was your boots.
Yeah, I can't remember. If there was a shovel then okay, yeah, there was a shovel and I was using a shovel.
I'm just asking whether you remember or not. If you don't, please say so.
Yeah, I don't remember, but there was tools there. I used the hose. I used whatever I could put my hands on to help put it out.
When you've jumped the fence and you started to stomp on the burning grass, what was Mr Edwards doing?
Doing the same. I can't remember. To be honest with you, he's just helping doing the same.
Do you have any memory of you being left there on your own while Mr Edwards disappears for a period of time?
I can't remember. He let, I was there fighting it on my own. I was there fighting it with, others. I was doing everything in my power, and you could ask anyone there. I was doing everything within my power to try and put the flames out.
Do you have a memory of Mr Edwards coming back with the fire cart, the Land Cruiser with the spray unit on its rear tray?
To be honest with you, I can't. I just remember fire starting. He obviously did because it was there and I was using it. He was using it. There was another gentleman, a worker there. He was also using it. We were just all taking turns using it, trying to put it out, trying to do whatever we could do.
And in terms of what caused the ignition, do you have an appreciation as to how the fire started?
Yes.
And what is that?
From sparking from the welder.
And in your mind, have you excluded all other possibilities for that ignition that commenced on the 4th of December 2019?
There's no other way it would have happened.
Now, at some point, was there any discussion had between either yourself and Mr. Edwards or another worker about calling 000 or emergency services?
Oh, yes, I rang them.
Right. And how long after the fire had started did you ring 000 or the fire brigade or some other emergency service provider?
It would have, I can't remember exactly, but we initially, when the ignition started, we jumped the fence, tried everything we could until there was no more water. Then we went up to the main farmers' quarters, the main house, and that's where we all were filling up the water and filling it up again. That's where I had reception on my phone, and I rang up 000.
How long after the fire started did you take before you made that call to 000? An hour, half an hour and a half, 2 hours? What was
I
the
think
time?
it would have been roughly, 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, I would think.
Well, I don't want you to think. If you don't know, please let her on know.
I don't know exactly.
Can I tell you this much, please, Mr. Turner? There's some evidence before Her Honour
Yep.
that at 12:06 p.m. a phone call was made by Mr. Edwards to the property owner, and that there's a record that you made a phone call to 000 at 12:31.
Okay.
And there's some evidence to suggest that the fire perhaps may have started about 11:30 or thereabouts.
Okay.
Could it have been that the fire had been running for about an hour or so, or perhaps more, before you telephoned 000?
Oh, I don't think so, but I don't know. If that's what the evidence says, then that's what the evidence says. To me, it was happening all pretty quick. I don't have the best memory at best of times, but from where I remember, it was even from where the fencing was commencing and the fire started, it was a quite distance from that point to where the main tap was, where we could fill up the water cart. So I wouldn't think it'd be an hour, but if that's, yeah.
I'll come at it a slightly different way. You remember that Mr. Edwards has returned with another worker with the fire cart, that's the Land Cruiser with the water spray unit.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember where you were when a decision was made to head up towards the homestead to refill that tank? And if you need to refresh your memory by reference to the layout of the property, perhaps you could turn up again from volume 4, tab 41, page 972.
Yeah, I was there. I was there, and then I got in a vehicle. There was a couple of vehicles, or there was a few people there, and we travelled up the top to fill up the water cart.
Before you travelled up the top, where were you with the water cart when a decision was made to refill it? Were you in that area immediately in front of where you were undertaking the work that's in this photograph charred?
Yeah.
Were you down in the gully? Were you on the side of the hill on the eastern side of the property? Where were you?
On on the charred area, through the gate on the charred side. As far as I know.
No, but are you sure about that, or are you guessing, Mr. Turner? I don't want you to guess.
I can't honestly tell you 100% because I can't remember.
Right.
And I'm not guessing, that's me telling the truth. I can't remember if, like, obviously I was fighting the fire, so I was on the charred area.
You told police on the 6th of January 2020, if I need to turn it up, I will,
Yep.
that at the time you called 000, and I think you've just given this evidence a moment ago, you were up at the house refilling the water cart. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. Now, the records that are before Her Honour establish that you made that emergency telephone call at 12:31 p.m. Right? And you say this in the transcript to the operator at 000. We've got a fire going there on a farm and it's going up towards the state forest. Now, in relation to that photograph that's just before you now, when you refer to the state forest, are you referring to that tree-lined area to the top of the photograph on page 972? Is that what you're referring to as the state forest?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
You then say it's going up, we got onto it into the creek. Now, do you remember today that the fire had got into the creek, which is that area one sees between the charred grassed area that runs down into a gully, then up a slope?
Yep.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Agree with me with that?
Yep.
Now, when it had got into the creek, you were still with the fire cart, the Land Cruiser, correct?
Oh, yeah, I was in the fire, like, there was different times. Like I was in the creek with the hose, fighting the fire. So that was obviously after we'd filled the water cart up and we've come back.
Right. And then you said this, again as part of the recording to 000, it's down the creek, but then the wind turned and it just took off.
Yep.
Now, what happened at that time when there was a turn of wind?
You just said it took off. Like,
Yeah. Did it take off upslope or some other direction?
the wind was blowing, from the east side of the creek, it was blowing to the west down the creek. And I just remember the wind just picking up. It hit like a tree, I call them like a black boy.
A grass tree?
Yeah, grass tree, exactly. And it just, the wind would blow and we pretty much had the fire out. But the wind would blow that strong, the embers would fly and then another fire would start.
And is it about this time when you've been trying to control the fire down in the creek bed, that's Tobin's Oakey Creek, that the cart needed to be refilled? The fire cart, the Land Cruiser with the water tank needed to be refilled?
Yep.
Does that accord with your memory?
I can't remember it ever running out. Obviously it runs out and we've got to fill it up again, so yeah.
And did you yourself go up with the Land Cruiser to the homestead to refill the tank?
With others, yes.
And who were the others that went with you?
Oh, there was some other people there who I don't know, and Fox was there.
All right, Fox was there. How many other people were there other than Fox? 1, 2?
Oh, there would have been 2, possibly 3 other people.
And please later on, I know if you don't know the answer to this, but did you know what capacity that red water tank on the back of the Land Cruiser held?
No.
No idea?
No idea.
Do you have a sense today of when you commenced to use it to try and suppress the fire, whether it was full or half full or not?
I've no idea. Don't know.
Did you fill it up at the homestead to the top or to a particular level from your recollection?
Well, yeah, I've filled up to the top, yeah.
And how long did it take to refill to its full capacity?
I can't honestly tell you. I don't know.
And were you simply using a garden hose from a bore to fill the tank?
Correct.
Was it slow going?
Very frustrating, yes.
Could it have taken in the order of 10 or 15 minutes to fill to its full capacity?
Yes. I remember people saying, "No, it's gone. And I said, no, we can do it. We can't. I was just thinking positive and just trying to do everything I could.
When you refer to it's gone, or others referring to it's gone, are you referring to the fire's gone?
Yeah, correct.
By that, you've lost control of it.
We've lost control, exactly.
Did you, after the tank, the red tank on the back of the Land Cruiser was full, did you then go back down to the fire ground?
Correct.
And did you continue with fire suppression activity?
Yes.
And did you go back down into the creek bed, or did you go to some other location on either the property you're working on or an adjoining property?
We just went to where the flat, where you can see the black charred there, this side of the creek, and the hose extended quite a long way. So we just did everything we could there, and you were saying with the shovel, we used the shovel and then down into the creek. We'd use the hose into the creek as well. There was lack of power, but
The pressure problem continued.
yeah, I actually was using my finger to try and get a bit more pressure in different points, and yeah, a couple of times I thought, well, we nearly had it. Like I felt it was nearly out, but the wind picked up and
When you were again back up near the homestead refilling the red tank on the back of the Land Cruiser, were any other individuals seeking to utilise any other firefighting equipment to your knowledge or not?
I remember asking about, I don't know if it was a water pod there that you pointed out in the picture earlier, or another trailer with a water cart of some description on it, but I remember we couldn't use it. That was frustrating, but yeah. So there was discussion between us about what we could use and what we could use to help suppress the fire.
Now, again on this day, there's Fox, Jamie Edwards and yourself doing the fencing work. Were there 3 other contractors that Jamie Fox had engaged to undertake fencing work?
Mm-hmm.
And were they working in a different part of the property to where you and Mr Edwards were working?
Yes.
And about how far away were they from where you and Mr Edwards were undertaking that welding work near to that boundary fence we've seen in the photographs thus far?
I'd say roughly 800 metres, maybe longer, further. We couldn't see them.
Couldn't see them. Did they, to your recollection, assist with any firefighting activity or fire suppression activity on this day?
Yeah, that would have helped. I can't remember.
You say, yeah, they would have. Do you have a clear memory today of them assisting or not?
No, all I remember is myself doing everything I could do and Fox doing everything we could do.
And what about another worker?
And another worker, yes.
And I tell you, you don't know the name of that other worker?
No.
Have you seen him today?
Now that we're talking about it, it possibly could have been a gentleman earlier with a beard, but with the mask on and different, I can't really remember, to be honest.
And that particular individual, we'll call him Spencer Morgan, for benefit of the transcript.
Yeah.
Did you, on the 4th of December, see him operating a bulldozer, and doing some seeding or ploughing?
Yes.
Right. And was he located some distance from where you and Mr Edwards were undertaking the welding work?
Yeah. At times, yeah.
Did it occur to you at any time whilst you're running around trying to suppress the fire with a suboptimal spray unit that bulldozer could have been utilised to put in a brake between that grass area and the dry bed creek gully? Or not?
Now, yeah, that would have been the best thing to do, but I wasn't thinking of that, no.
Are you able to say, Mr. Turner, how long after the fire had started that RFS personnel first arrived on the scene?
I can't give you a time, no, sorry.
By the time that the first RFS personnel has arrived, do you have a recollection of where the fire was at that time?
Across the creek.
Right. And was it heading up the hill, upslope?
Yes.
Towards what you've described as the state forest?
Correct.
And was it on the property that you were working on, or was it on the adjoining property, or both?
Both.
And you can't say today how long after the fire started that they arrived?
I was surprised on how quick it was, but you want definite answers. I can't give you a definite minute or hour or anything. All I can say is it seemed to be quite quick they arrived, but I can't give you 100% definite answer because I can't physically remember. I'm sorry.
I'm not going to hold you to it. It was more an impression. Do you have an impression at least of how long after you made that 000 call
Yep.
That RFS personnel first arrived?
Yeah, I was surprised that they arrived so soon.
And what did the first RFS appliance do from your observations when it's arrived on the scene?
Just went to where the fire was.
Did it go up onto that hilly area near towards the state forest that you've described?
Yes. It went down along the creek, it went up.
Before you left the property you're working on the 4th of December, did you have any discussion with Mr. Edwards as to what you would tell people should they ask as to what caused the fire to start?
Yes, there was discussion.
Right, well, can you tell Her Honour what that discussion was about?
It was just about, we were welding and I can't truly remember. I remember going to the Sofala pub afterwards and getting a drink and then leaving. But there was a lot of people, and Jamie knew that people would talk and would know that was where Jamie was working. He was quite concerned.
Did you have any discussion with Jamie, Mr. Edwards, about not disclosing what had caused the fire to start on the property? To keep mum. To keep mum, so to speak, not to say anything.
No, I can't remember. All I remember between Jamie and myself, when I said that I have a friend of mine in the fire brigade, and he said, Mark, just go and give your statement. And I told Jamie that I was going to do that. And Jamie said he was worried he was going to go to jail. And he just said to me, just let me go fishing with the kids first and then go for it. So that's what I did. That's the only thing I remember.
Did Mr. Edwards say to you on or about the 4th of December to tell people that the fire was caused by a spark from an exhaust?
I can't remember that, no.
Or that it had been caused by a cedar?
I can't remember that, no.
Did you paint the weld that you'd done, that is the weld joined between the stay and the strainer post? You see in the photograph it's been
Painted, correct.
Gal paint.
Yeah.
Did you do that?
I can't remember. But I do remember it being like the well being been painted because you can see it's been painted, so
Do you know why it would have been painted?
to prevent rust.
You don't remember doing that yourself?
Oh, I can't remember, but I may have done that.
All right, thank you. That's the examination.
Thank you. Mr Turner, there might be some other questions if you just wait a moment.
Yeah. All right.
I think it's best you look that way when people are on the screen. Yeah, that seems to be the best way. Mr Newton, do you have any questions?
No questions, Your Honour.
Mr Tobin.
Thank you, Your Honour. When the fire RFS was called by you, you were up filling the tank. Is that correct?
Sorry, say that again.
When you made the 000 phone call, at that stage you were up at the house filling the tank.
Correct.
Right. Did they arrive before you'd finished filling the tank? If you can't remember, but
I can't really remember, but yeah, I can't remember. I'm sorry.
You on this day did everything that you thought you could possibly do to put this fire out with what equipment you had available. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You burnt the soles of your boots.
Correct. Yes.
You provided no equipment at all to assist you apart from perhaps a shovel.
Correct.
Right. And you you tell us now that you've got some poor memory about what happened on that day. You were very upset as to what you were having to do on that day because you knew the consequences. Is that correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you on that day you were concerned about what was going to happen, and so things were going very, very quickly, and you're doing whatever you could to try and stop this fire at the time. It wasn't a situation where you sit and look at your watch and take times and things like that. You were doing everything you possibly could.
I look at my time was the last thing I did.
Right. And when you gave the statement to the police about a month later, your memory at that time would have been better than it is today. Would that be correct?
It wouldn't have been a month later. I gave it quite soon.
Right. So when you spoke to the police, sorry, I got the date wrong. When you went in on Monday, the 6th of January, to give a statement to the police on that occasion, the long interview at the police, that's the 6th of January. So that's about a month later, just after Christmas. Can you remember doing that?
A month later, is that? Yeah, right. Yeah, I remember going.
Right.
Going, please.
You told the police on that occasion that you'd not been sleeping and you'd been upset at what had happened because of the consequences of the fire.
Yep.
And that's still your present situation in the sense that you expressed some concern about what happened and you're upset, and that this fire occurred in circumstances where you did everything you could to stop it. That's
correct.
Right. When you went to do this job, or when you got the job from Fox, Jamie Edwards, your experience before that was doing some rural work, doing some shed work, doing some fencing work, working with vermin in Western Australia,
Correct.
and a little bit of welding.
Yep.
But you didn't represent yourself to be an expert in any way, rather than just somebody who knew how to work on farms. Is that right?
Yeah.
And when you were engaged by Mr. Edwards, you were engaged to go and help him doing the fencing. He didn't engage specifically to be a welder. Is that correct?
That's correct. He asked me, can I weld? And I said, yeah, I can do like farm weld. I'm no pro, but I'll give it a go. And that's what I was trying to impress and do the best I could.
So you describe yourself as a farm welder or a bush welder, not an expert welder.
Correct.
Right. And when you went to the job, you relied upon Mr. Edwards being the person who would provide the equipment for the work,
Correct.
and he would give you the instructions what to do,
Correct.
and he would have the systems in place for what you and the other workers were to do.
Yeah, he is the boss, so he was paying me the money, so I did what he wanted me to do.
And you would have expected him to have appropriate fire protection equipment available for you.
Now you say it, yeah, but to be honest with you, it didn't even pop in my mind at that time.
What was in your mind is you got a chance to do a job. You went out there hoping to impress him, to keep yourself in some work heading up towards Christmas.
Correct.
And you would do what the boss told you to do.
Correct.
Right. And you did it to the best of your ability, both up till the time of the fire. When the fire turned up, you worked as hard as you could to stop that fire.
Yes.
When you went onto the property, you were told by Mr. Edwards that it's a property there were cameras around the property to check the movement of people.
Yep.
And you would have understood from what he told you that he was working on somebody else's property, and that they were somebody that managed the property by having other people work there and having camera surveillance.
Yes.
And the system for welding on this particular day, first of all, the fire started about 11:30, and you'd arrived at the property some 4 hours or so beforehand.
Okay, yep.
Right. Had you had a smoker that morning?
I can't remember, I'm sorry.
You speak about there being some other workers down the fence line, some distance away.
Yep.
Do you remember having a smoker with them that morning?
I don't remember, no.
Did you remember speaking to them at all that morning?
Yes.
When did you speak to them?
Just when we got there, and Jamie was giving them a job to do, and I was with Jamie, and then we part ways and go about our work.
When you got there, did you get there before then?
I don't really remember, to be honest with you.
Can you remember Jamie making complaint about their being lazy and being late?
Yeah, and I told Jamie. I told him
Right.
straight.
So there was discussion between you and him as to them being late and them being lazy.
Correct.
Right. And that discussion continued not only throughout the morning but beyond the fire, because they didn't in any way engage in the fire, did they?
Oh,
They didn't come and help fight the fire, did they?
they went with me.
No. Well, when you were fighting the fire just after it began, there was you and Mr. Morgan and Jamie, the only three people fighting the fire, correct?
Yeah, that's all I remember seeing.
Right. And the three of you, working to the best of your endeavours at that stage, nearly put the fire out.
We were working the best that we could, yeah.
And you nearly got the fire out, was that correct?
That's correct.
If those other three blokes had been engaged there at the same time, there would have been a much greater chance of putting the fire out.
Possibly.
Right. Was there any reason you could see as to why they didn't come and help you?
No idea.
And they, as you understood, were working for Mr. Edwards, and he could have directed them to if he wanted to.
Yeah, possibly. If he was to go and see them, but from my knowledge, Jamie was doing as best as he could, like I was trying to do, to put the fire out. So I don't know if he'd have time.
Do you remember if there was any radio contact between them and Jamie?
I don't remember, no.
Were they at any time, when you say that you saw them being late and you saw them being lazy, were they in a situation where they could have seen you whilst you were fighting the fire?
if I were to put myself in their shoes, then yes. You know,
Right.
obviously you can see it. There's a fire. Sorry. Of
You-
course
you-
you could see there's a
You
fire.
they could see you both by having some vision along the fence line, but also because there was a plume of smoke that would have attracted them very quickly.
That's correct, yes.
Now, insofar as the system of welding on this particular day, you were welding a galvanised stay to a galvanised strainer post. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Was this a different system to what you were experiencing or what you had experiencing in Western Australia?
Yeah, I've never done that before, but I've welded like steel to steel. It's pretty basic.
You've done welding before, but in the main, in stays that you'd previously done, those stays which were either bolted on or wired on. Would that be right?
Yeah.
Right. Now, from your experience as a welder, when you are welding, if I can use the term, black steel compared to galvanised iron, the galvanised is slightly different. All of it.
Sorry, it was an alarm. Sorry.
When you are welding galvanised iron, it tends to spit, if I could use that word, more than if you're welding, say, black steel to black steel.
Yes.
Right. And not only does it tend to spit, that the heat that goes to the galvanisation causes it not only to spit, but to cause the galvanisation to, in fact, burn.
Okay.
Right. You notice that when you're doing the welding, that it's different when you use galvanised iron to ordinary iron. There's the spitting and the burning of the weld.
I didn't know that, but normally if it's galvanised, we grind the gal off and then start to weld.
But on this occasion, did you grind the galvanising off?
I can't remember, to be honest.
If you had to grind it up, you would have had to use a grinder. You have no memory of using a grinder, do you?
I don't know.
No. So when you are doing welding with galvanised steel, there's more spitting that goes on of the product. Would that be your...
Right. We could have used a grinder. I can't remember if we used a grinder or we didn't use a grinder.
When you did this job on this occasion, you thought Mr. Edwards was acting as your spotter. Would that be correct? That he would be looking out for any problems?
That's correct.
Not only that, you did what you were told as far as doing the welding under his instruction.
Yes.
And what you did, he at no time criticised the way in which you were doing it.
No, as far as I knew, I was welding and he was looking over me.
Right. You've told us about the truck that came down with the tank on the back of it. First of all, if that tank had been full, and so you had, say, another 10 or 15 minutes of water to fight the fire, do you think that would have been sufficient for you to put the fire out?
It's hard to say. I don't think it would have. The amount of wind that was there, I don't know if it would have been enough. It may have been enough.
Would have given you a better chance.
Yeah.
Right. And if in fact you had have been trained and or instructed as to how to use that spray equipment, it would have been a better result as well. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And to the extent that if you had have had that training or experience with that full, you probably would have put that fire out.
Yeah, and like the gentleman said before, if we had we wet the area down first beforehand,
right,
that would have been a greater chance as well.
Right. And if you had even a fire extinguisher with you, perhaps, I suppose, at the start of it to knock it.
Oh, definitely. If we had a fire extinguisher there, we would have just put it out straight away.
You in fact, were doing this job relying upon Mr. Edwards' as to designing of the job, and would have expected him working out there on a regular basis to have a consciousness of the fire risk, wouldn't you?
I suppose.
Right. And you would have also expected.
Sorry, Mr. Tobin, I don't think Mr. Turner had finished his answer.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I just, I didn't think of any of those things, to be honest with you. Like, if you say that all those things about Jamie, then that's what you say. But to me, none of that entered my mind at all. I was just there doing the job.
Mr. Turner, just to so you understand how this works, when Mr. Tobin is asking you a question or saying something to you, you can agree or disagree. So he's not telling you what happened, he's asking you.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. He stated that if Jamie did this and if Jamie did that, then this would have happened.
You can agree or disagree.
Yeah. If that's what he...
Can I just put it to you this way, Mr. Turner, that you recognise now that there were ways in which this job could have been more fire preventive or fire protected in the design of taking the job.
Yes.
But when you went there on that day, you went there to do what Mr. Edwards told you to do, and your task wasn't anything to do with fire protection. It was his to do that fire protection. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Anything rising, Mr. Castleton?
Yes, if I may, Your Honour. Was this the one and only day you worked for Mr. Edwards on that property,
Yes.
Mr. Turner?
Yes.
And can I just ask you this as a final question? On the 4th of December, whilst you're out on that property undertaking the fencing work, were you required to do any pipe laying, lay pipe or anything like that? Or was it just fencing?
I can't remember, to be honest with you, if we laid pipes or... yeah.
If you don't remember, I don't want you guessing.
I don't remember. I know he had, like, posts and wire. But, yeah, I don't remember anything else.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Turner. You're excused.
Yep. Thank you.
Your Honour, it's 3 minutes to 2. I'm in Your Honour's hands as to whether you want me to call the next witness or defer that to after 2 or 2.
We'll take the lunch adjournment and resume at 2 o'clock.
Please call.
This coroner's court is now sitting.
Yes, Mr Castleton.
Thank you, Your Honour. The next witness is Jamie Edwards. I call Mr Edwards, if he could come forward, please.
Stand up near that microphone up there. Yep. Thank you. And if you can face her. Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you. Mr Edwards, have a seat. If you bring your chair in nice and close, then you should be right with that microphone.
Mr Edwards, would you please state your full name
Jamie Hogan Edwards,
and your current address
366 Razorback Road, Running Stream.
and your present occupation, please?
Self-employed,
And what are you self-employed in?
contract fencing and contract concreting.
And have you participated with New South Wales Police in a record of interview on the 12th of January 2020 in relation to a fire that was thought to have started on a property near to or on Eldrickham Springs?
Yep.
Right. Have you read your record of view recently?
Yes, I did.
Are there any matters that require any correction?
No.
Right. If you need to refer to that, please let her on know.
Yep.
Right. Now, you mentioned a moment ago that you're a contract fencer and contract concreter. Is that right?
Yep.
In relation to the fencing work, how long have you been a contract fencer for?
Now 7 years.
And doing the best you can, how long had you been doing fencing work prior to the fire on the 4th of December 2019?
All my life.
And when you say all your life, about what age did you start
I think
fencing?
I had a post digger and a crowbar and that when I was 8.
And was that because your father was a contract fencer?
Yep.
And is it the case that your brother Jason is also in the contract fencing business as well?
Yes.
Now, you said you're doing fencing work your whole life, or from 8 or thereabouts. As part of your fencing activities up to the time of the fire on the 4th of December 2019, did you become familiar with such equipment as an air compressor,
Yes.
grinders,
Yes.
welding units?
Not so much welding. My brother was always the one that done all the welding, but he left me on that job.
But you yourself had done some welding, had you not, prior to the 4th of December 2019?
Yes.
And in terms of your experience in welding, had you undertaken any formal trade qualifications in welding?
I done a big course up in Northern Territory when I was on a cattle station.
You did a course up in the Northern Territory in welding.
Yes.
When was that?
2004.
2004. And was that
2014.
2014? So about 5 years before the fire started on Eldrickham Springs?
Yep.
And was that done through an organisation like TAFE?
No, it wasn't.
Who ran that course?
It was just a big. All the cattle stations got together, and all the boilermakers and that used to run a course just so they could all weld.
And did you get a ticket
No.
or a certificate?
No.
And did you, as part of that course, receive training in relation to stick welding?
Yes.
And after 2014, did you, from time to time, as you're undertaking fencing work, use a stick welder?
Yes, I have.
Now, at what stage did you go out on your own as a sole trader undertaking contract fencing work?
Be 5 years now. 5 years ago.
And you've mentioned the fencing work and you've mentioned the concreting work. What sort of concreting work were you doing? Was it just laying foundations or was it post and...
Generally service stations, all the service stations around New South Wales.
Right. And apart from those two activities, did you do any other trade-related work such as plumbing or electrical work or anything like that?
Yeah, if we needed to, we did.
But was that rare to
Yeah,
move outside fencing or concreting work?
Yeah, it's not very much.
Now, how did you come to get a job as a contract fencer on Eldrickham Springs, Mr. Edwards?
My brother, Jason Edwards, he got the contract. He started it, and we got halfway through it, and he didn't want to do it anymore. So I was sort of stuck with it.
Now, just going back a little bit in time, you mentioned your brother Jason got the contract. Did you yourself participate in any of the negotiations with the owners of Eldrickham Springs in relation to the scope of works for that fencing job on Eldrickham Springs?
Yes.
Right. And when did you have those discussions or negotiations, doing the best you can?
15 months before the fire.
Right. And was your brother Jason present when you had discussions in relation to the contract for fencing work on Eldrickham Springs?
Yes.
Who was negotiating that contract on behalf of the owners of Eldrickham Springs?
Charlie.
Now, Charlie. Now, when you refer to Charlie, are you referring to Charbel Tanous?
That'd be it.
Right. And was it your understanding that he was an owner or part owner of Eldrickham Springs?
Yes.
Do you know who the other part owners were?
I met the brother. I can't remember his name.
Now, you said this was sort of negotiated maybe about 15 months or so beforehand.
Yep.
Did you take up work about November of 2018?
Yes. Around that time, yes.
And in terms of the contracting parties, was the contract with you or with your brother Jason or with both of you?
Well, technically both of us.
Technically with both of you.
Yep.
And who was on the other side of the agreement or the contract? Was it Charlie Tanous? Was it a partnership that ran the property at Eldrickham Springs or some other entity?
I only really dealt with Charlie when it come to fencing.
Could you just repeat that, please? I just find it hard to hear.
I only really dealt with Charlie when it come to the fencing.
Did Charlie tell you who the contract was with? Was it with him in his personal capacity? Was it with a partnership? Or was it with some other entity? What was the discussion about who was going to pay the bills, so to speak?
Charlie.
Charlie was going to pay the bills.
Yes.
And was he going to pay that through a farming account or a partnership account or some other account, to your understanding?
Some other account.
And what was the other account he was to pay you with? From?
I can't remember the name. Quick Flow Plumbing.
Quick Flow Plumbing. And what's that company got to do with the operations on Eldrickham Springs, to your understanding?
It doesn't. Shouldn't.
Do you know why Charlie was paying you from Quick Flow Plumbing?
Yeah, so he could claim it through his business.
So he could claim it through his business. When you say you're referring to any invoices that you and or your brother issued in relation to fencing work on Eldrickham Springs?
Went to Quick Flow Plumbing, yes.
And did you do any plumbing work on that property?
No.
You just did fencing work?
Yes.
And were you directed by Charlie, that is Charbel Tanous, to issue an invoice in a particular manner?
Yes, to Quick Flow Plumbing as pipe work.
I'll just, if the witness could be provided, please, with volume 2. And tab 16A, please, page 491-1. Mr. Edwards, just have a look at the documents behind tab 16A of volume 2. Commences at page 491 and ends at 491-23. Are they invoices, tax invoices that you issued to Quickflow at the direction of Charlie Tanous?
Yes.
And are these documents that you produced pursuant to a subpoena for production of documents?
Yes.
And you mentioned a moment ago in your evidence, Mr Edwards, that you were directed by Mr Tanous to record on the invoice work relating to pipe work. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes.
And do we see throughout all of these invoices that there is no reference to fencing work, only referencing to pipe work?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because that's what I was directed to do.
Right. And when you had the conversation with Mr Tanous about how you were to issue your invoices, what did he exactly say to you, please?
To Quickflow and as pipe work.
And did you ask him, why do you want me to record in my invoice pipe work when I'm doing fencing work, not pipe work?
No.
Did you have any discussion with him about why it was he wanted you to issue an invoice relating to pipe work when you weren't undertaking any pipe work?
No.
Why did you do it then?
Because that's it. Because so he could claim it for his business.
Right. So you were content to do as he instructed you in the knowledge that he was going to claim it, I take it, payment of your invoice, as a deduction through his business?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that that business was Quickflow Plumbing?
Yes.
And did you ever issue an invoice to either Mr Tanous or Quickflow Plumbing or the registered proprietors of Eldrickham Springs any invoice which recorded fencing work?
No.
And do I understand correctly that the only work you did on Eldrickham Springs was fencing work?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the scope of work, when you negotiated the contract with Mr Tanous, what was the scope of works that you agreed upon?
It was $4 a metre.
You'll need to keep your voice up, please, Mr Edwards. It's a big courtroom, some distance from you, and the microphone in front of you doesn't amplify your voice, it records your voice.
Just this, that all he wanted the fencing done, and he wanted it at $4 a metre. I could take any bit of firewood I wanted off there before they burn it. And yeah.
Was there a time period agreed between you and Mr Tanous as to how long the fencing work was to take?
No.
Did he identify what areas within the property required new fencing or fencing repairs?
Yes.
And did he, from time to time, throughout the course of your work activities, give you directions or instructions as to where there should be new fences put in?
Yes.
At what time did your brother Jason cease to undertake fencing work and hand it all over to you?
We didn't do any work for 8 months, and then he wanted to start again, and my brother just didn't want to come back.
And when was that? When did you recommence?
That would have had to been,
About May?
yeah, when we started.
2019?
I'd have to double check, but yeah.
And from some point in 2019, I take it, correct me if I'm wrong, you took over the work solely on your account.
Yes.
And moving forward to perhaps October, November and early December, what was the scope of work that you were being provided at that time?
The same.
And did you yourself have discussions with Charlie Tanous in those few months before the fire started as to where you should be working and what you should be doing?
Yes.
And in relation to the new fence that you were putting in down near the boundary fence between Eldrickham Springs and Bingletree, did he tell you that he wanted a fence put in there?
Yes, he did.
Did he tell you the type of fence he wanted, or was it left to you to decide?
He dictated it all.
And what did he tell you in relation to that fence line that you're putting in down near that boundary fence between Bingletree and Eldrickham Springs?
Same. It's always the same fence everywhere.
Right, and what type of fence was it?
It's a double barb hinge joint fence.
And does that require two strainer posts at either end?
Yeah,
And
every bend
Every bend?
and every end.
Every end, thank you. Again, if you can keep your voice up, sir, I'd be most appreciative. And between each strainer post, a number of star pickets are put in, correct?
Yeah, every 4 metres.
Every 4 metres, and you'd paste that out,
Yep.
and then you'd string wire between the strainer post and through the star pickets, and
Yep.
then you'd strain the wires and tie it off at either end.
Yes.
Would you put in wire mesh on
Yeah, hinge joint.
the hinge joint? And was there an expectation for this particular fence that you were putting in down near that boundary between Bingletree and Eldrickham Spring that there'd be wire mesh?
Yes.
Now, at this point in time, coming up to the 4th of December 2019, had you erected a similar style of fence throughout Eldrickham Springs?
Yes.
And how many would you have done by that time?
5, 6K.
5 or 6K? And in relation to the strainer post, in respect of each of those fences you've just referred to, the 5 or 6 kilometres of fencing, did each strainer post have a stay affixed to it?
Yes, welded.
And was each and every stay that was affixed to the strainer post welded?
Yes.
And prior to the 4th of December 2019, did you yourself weld each and every stay to a strainer post?
No.
Did you weld any?
Couple.
Couple. How many did you weld?
Probably 5 or 6.
Who did the balance?
The balance.
Yeah, who did the rest of the?
My brother Jason.
Right. And what about after he'd ceased to work on the property? Who took over the welding duties?
I did.
You, I take it.
That's all we did after he left.
So you did a couple and that was it.
Yep.
Now, was, to your understanding, Charlie Tanous aware that there was welding being undertaken on his property in relation to your contract fencing works?
Most definitely.
And why do you say that?
Because that's what he wanted.
He wanted the stays welded to the strainer post, did he?
Yes, he did.
Why didn't you use bolt-ons?
Because he wouldn't buy them for us.
Did you ask him to buy bolt-ons?
Many a times.
Right. And what were you told on each occasion you requested
Just
bolt-ons?
weld them. There's a fire. Just weld them. There's a firefighting pump there.
Just weld them.
Yep.
There's a firefighting pump there. Why didn't he want you to use bolt-ons between the stay and the strainer post?
Because they're not as strong as a weld.
Not as strong. Any other reason that was proffered to you or not?
Not really.
Was it Mr. Tanous's idea that they be welded, or was it yours?
Mr. Nurse's idea.
Did you have a preference yourself as to whether a weld was better than a bolt-on or not?
No, not really.
Is
It's a lot stronger.
a weld's a lot stronger? Is a bolt-on more expensive?
Sure is.
How much more expensive than a weld joint?
About $30 more each.
And how many, by the 4th of December 2019, of that 5 or 6 kilometres of fencing you just referred to, how many weld joints would there have been?
Hundreds.
Hundreds.
Yep.
Do I take it it's quite a saving then, not to use bolt-ons but to use a weld?
Definitely.
Now, you mentioned it a moment ago, Mr. Edwards, that Charlie said weld, and there's I think, did you use a fire pump there? Was that the phrase you used?
There was a fire pump there.
When you say there, where?
That's what I was told to use. It was up in the house.
Did he ever take you up there to show you where it was?
No, I knew where it was. He said it was all running and take it down.
Right. Just pausing there. When did he say to you, there's a fire pump up there, Weld, and you can obviously use that if need be?
When I asked to buy bolt-ons,
When was that?
well, a couple of months before the fire.
A couple of months before the fire. And do I understand your evidence just now correctly that he did not show you the pump, but you knew where it was in any event?
It was all over a phone call. He wasn't even there.
It was over a phone call. And when you're referring to a pump, are you referring to a pump on the back of a tray on a ute or some other arrangement on a trailer?
There was 2 pumps there. It was a spray unit,
Yes.
and there was one in a 1,000 litre pod on a trailer.
And did Mr. Tanous, when he spoke to you on the telephone and said to you, weld them and use the fire pump if you need to, did he refer to the pod that you've just...
The pod, yes.
He referred to both the pod and the
Spray rig.
spray rig.
Yep.
Now, when you refer to spray rig, are you referring to a spray unit that's on the back of a Land Cruiser utility with a tray?
Yes.
I'll come back to that shortly. In relation to the pod, you said it's about 1,000 litres, did you?
Yes, it is.
And where was that located on the property, to your recollection?
Up near the shearing shed.
And was it on a trailer?
It was.
And prior to the 4th of December 2019, had you any need to use that water pod before?
No.
Had you any need to inspect it to see whether or not it was in good working order?
No.
Was the first time that you undertook an examination of that water pod was on the 4th of December 2019?
Correct.
Now, again, prior to the 4th of December 2019, Mr. had you any need to use the spray rig
Yes.
or the spray unit that was on the back of the Land Cruiser?
Yes and no. I have used it
When did you use it?
every time I was welding.
Every time you were working,
When I was welding.
right? When you, sorry,
When I was welding,
when you were welding,
I used the spray rig. I always took spray rig with me
and why did you do that?
in case of a fire.
And how many times did you use the spray rig when you were welding, to your recollection today, prior to the 4th of December 2019?
We never used it, but it was always there handy.
How many times?
Probably 6 times on them 6 welds that I did.
I thought a moment ago you said a couple.
A couple, 6.
Bit of a difference. How many welds did you do before the 4th of December, Mr. Edwards?
About 6.
You sure it's 6?
Around about 6, yeah.
Was it more than 6?
No.
And do you say to Her Honour today that on each occasion you undertook welding activity on Eldercam Springs, you had with you, if needed to be used, the spray rig?
Yes.
Had you, prior to the 4th of December 2019, received any training or instruction or direction from Mr. Tanous or anyone on behalf of Mr. Tanous, such as John Wilson or Spencer Morgan, how to operate the spray rig?
No.
And do I understand your evidence correctly just now that you had never had to use the spray rig prior to the 4th of December 2019?
Yes.
Let me know if you need to see a photograph of what you term the spray rig, but do you recall that it had a red tank on the back of a Land Cruiser flat tray utility?
Yes.
Do you know how many litres it would hold?
600.
600. And why do you say it's 600 with a degree of certainty?
This is a 600 litre tank.
And do you know whether it was on the 4th of December 2019 at full capacity or half full or some other
It was probably
capacity?
half full.
About half full, was it, on the 4th
About
of December?
300 litres in it.
And prior to the 4th of, sorry, I withdraw that, on the 4th of December 2019, the day of the fire, did you undertake an inspection of that rig, that fire rig, to satisfy yourself that it was adequately full in terms of its water capability?
Yeah, it had 300 litres in it. It wasn't full.
Wasn't full, but did you inspect it prior to commencing work on the 4th of December, or did you just assume it would be half full?
It was half full.
You made an assumption, am I correct in understanding?
No, it was always half full.
I'll come back to that. Now, the On the 3rd of December 2019, did you discuss with Mark Turner the prospect of him doing some work for you the following day?
Yes.
And had you had some social interactions with Mr Turner on a couple of occasions before you spoke to him on the 3rd of December 2019?
Yes.
And was one of those at a social function?
Yes.
And another pig hunting?
Yes.
And what was your understanding as at the 3rd of December 2019 as to Mr Turner's qualifications in relation to fencing work, if any, or experience?
Well, I asked him if he could fence. He said yes. I asked him if he could weld. He said yes.
And what was the job that needed to be done on the 4th of December?
The welding.
Right.
Stays and post.
And was there a reason why you weren't going to do the welding on the 4th of December?
I'm not a very good welder.
But you could weld
Yep.
and had welded
Yep.
and had received tuition in welding in 2014.
Yep.
And was the welding unit that you had available to you on the 4th of December 2019 a stick welding?
It was.
And you had a number of rods?
Yes.
And did you have available on that day, the 4th of December, a welding mask
Yes.
and welding gloves?
Yes.
And what other equipment did you have with you?
A grinder and all my fencing gear.
And when you refer to all your fencing gear, are you referring to an air compressor?
Air compressor, rammers,
Shovel?
shovel.
Sledgehammer?
Yep.
Now, on the 4th of December, what did you tell Mr Edwards that he was to undertake that day?
Mr. Turner.
Sorry, thank you. Mr Turner, thank you, please.
Yeah. To put weld the stays and star pickets.
And did you show him how to do the welding? Did you,
Yeah.
did you give him an example where you demonstrated how you wanted it done?
I put the stays on the post and told him to weld them on.
Did you do any welding that day? Now, prior to the 4th of December, Mr Edwards, would you agree with me that that general area had been in drought for some time?
Yes.
It was pretty dry.
The boundary fence, the last post on the boundary fence was dry because it was next doors, but all the property I was working on side had all been stick raked and dozed, so there was no grass.
But coming back to my question, if I may, do you agree with me that in that general area it was pretty dry
It was.
and had been for some time whilst you'd been working on that property, correct?
Correct.
Did you know what the fire danger rating was for the 4th of December?
There was no fire ban.
Right. Did you know that at the time, or did you learn that after the fire?
I learnt that afterwards.
Had you done any, I withdraw that, had you made any inquiries or searches as to what the fire danger rating was for the 4th of December 2019?
No.
Based on your general experience, did you have an appreciation that if you were to do any welding work on the 4th of December 2019, you needed to be aware that there was a risk of fire starting?
There was always a risk of fire starting.
You knew, as at the 4th of December 2019, there was always a risk of a fire starting when welding?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that that risk would increase in dry, hot conditions?
Yes.
And if there was wind present?
Yes.
And that risk could increase further if you had limited means to suppress or control an ignition?
Yes.
Now, in terms of what steps or precautions you took should a fire eventuate, what were they?
We had the spray rig up on the hill.
The spray rig wasn't immediately with you where you're undertaking the welding work,
It was
correct?
about 50 metres away, yeah.
Now, why was it 50 metres away in circumstances where on those previous 6 occasions that you welded, you had the spray rig with you? Why wasn't it with you, immediately with you, in close proximity on this occasion?
And the other person had the dozer running as well at the same time.
Now, you mentioned the spray rig was available, not immediately, but some distance away.
Yep.
Apart from that, what other precautions did you take to control a fire should one eventuate?
Not.
Did you have,
Didn't have any expecting of that fire to start.
do I take it then that, I withdraw that, would you agree with me that when one's stick welding, that sparks could be thrown out in the order of about a metre radius?
Yes, they could.
Did you take any steps to clear the land, perhaps a metre or 2 metre radius around the strainer post you're working on?
No,
Was there a reason why you didn't do that?
I didn't cross my mind at the time because the property we were on was all being dozed. There was no grass.
But there was, as you know now,
Over
there
the-
was grass.
Over the fence, yes.
But you cleared no patch around where you're working?
No.
Laid down no tarp?
Nope.
Did not wet the area around where you're working?
No.
Had no knapsack spray pack with water,
No.
correct?
Correct.
No fire extinguisher?
No.
Do you agree with me that they're all simple steps that you could have taken on this occasion,
Yes.
but did not?
Yep.
Now, and if you need to look at some photographs, in fact, I won't turn it into a memory test, Mr. Edwards. Could I have the witness be shown volume 4, please? All right, if you just turn up, Mr. Edwards, tab 40. Take a moment. If you go to the first photograph, do you see page 954? Do you have that, sir? There's some red numbering in the top right-hand corner. If you need assistance, please let her on know. We might even be able to bring it up on the screen for you to help you out. All right.
Yep.
You got page 954?
Yep.
Do you agree with me that that's the strainer post and stay that was being welded on the 4th of December 2019?
Yes.
Again, can you please try and keep your voice up, sir?
Yes.
Now, that's on the Eldricam Springs side of the boundary fence,
Sure. Yep.
and that boundary fence runs perpendicular to the new fence that you're putting in, correct?
Yes.
And that runs in a generally west to east direction.
Yes.
And on the northern side of that boundary fence, where one sees some area of burnt ground, that's a property known as Bingle Tree, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see there to the area south or to the right of the boundary fence separating the two properties, tussock grass?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that that is a reasonable depiction of what that grass was like on the 4th of December 2019?
Yes.
Do you agree with me it wasn't completely bulldozed?
No.
Right. And if you then move forward, please, to page 957, you see another perspective on the other side of the boundary fence. That is the Bingle Tree side, looking back towards a southerly direction to the Eldricam Springs property. Again, you see serrated tussock or grass clumps.
Yep.
That fairly depict the dry conditions of those tussocks or grass lumps in or about the 4th of December 2019.
Yep.
And would you agree with me, as at the 4th of December 2019, that grass or tussock was highly combustible?
Yes.
Now, whilst we've got 957 open, if you look to the top of the photograph, you'll see a ridge line with some trees on it. Do you see that,
Yes.
Mr. Edwards? I want to suggest to you that Spencer Morgan, who was employed by Charlie Tanous, has given evidence today that on the other side of that rise was where he was operating the bulldozer, and that's where the spray rig or the Land Cruiser with the spray unit was located. Do you accept that or not?
No,
Where do you say he was undertaking the work?
where that blade is, just on the other side of that picture he was.
Just repeat that, please.
Where that dozer blade is,
The dozer blade, yes.
just to the left of that, he was on the just up on the hill.
Well, he says he was a short drive away from where he was undertaking his works. You disagree, do you?
I do.
Now, what were you, when Mr. Turner was undertaking the welding of the joint between the strainer post and the stay, what were you doing?
I was right behind him,
Right behind him, doing what?
watching,
And why were you watching?
spotting,
Sorry?
make sure there wasn't a fire.
And what did you observe, if anything, that
Well,
took you by surprise?
The fire hit the grass, the spark hit the grass, and I pulled him up because he didn't realise the fire was going, and we both jumped the fence.
Just pausing there. Do you say, firstly, you saw spark hit the grass?
Did,
And did that create an ignition and a fire
yes,
in the grass?
yes.
On which side of the boundary fence? Was it the Eldrickham Springs side or the
Finger
Bigger-
tree.
Right. And you say, do you, that you pulled up his mask?
Pulled him up. I said, oi, oi, fire.
Now, Mr. Turner has given evidence today that he smelt smoke and then he has looked up and seen fire. He's given a different version to the one you've just given now.
Yep.
What do you say to that?
Well, he might have smelt the smoke too.
Do you say you told him about the fire?
I tapped him on the shoulder.
Right. And who went over the fence first, you or him?
I can't remember.
Could it have been him?
Could have been.
Now, what did you have with you to try and control this fire at this time?
Nothing at that stage.
Nothing at all.
We were trying to get it out, trying to stomp it out before it did ignite.
And if we just go back to those photographs, if you've got those still handy,
Yep.
Mr. Edwards, if you just go back to the one which shows the strainer post and the stay, page 957. Do you see the base of the strainer post in that photograph, 957?
Yep.
Now, looking at the Bingle Tree side of the fence, that's the northern side of the boundary fence, the spark that you saw land on grass and ignite a fire,
Yep.
can you see it in this photograph where it was?
Yep, right at the bottom of that strainer post.
Right at the bottom of the strainer post.
You need to just say it for the microphone.
Sorry.
Does Your Honour have available a permanent marker or a pen that could be used just to mark this particular photograph where Mr. Edwards says the fire commenced? It'll need to be a thick pen if we have one, because it'll likely be placed on some black material. We'll try a red pen, Your Honour, and maybe if that doesn't work, a highlighter that Your Honour's court officer has. Thank you, officer. Mr. Edwards, can you just mark, with an X, where you say that spark landed, doing the best you can today? Could I have access, Your Honour, to that, please? Your Honour, I will tender that separately. Yeah, it's very faint, Your Honour. With Your Honour's leave, can I just circle that with a different colour?
Yes, certainly. Now, the brief was 58A. This exhibit.
Now, Your Honour, I'll hand that back to the witness. I don't know how Your Honour can have that shown to my learned friends who are appearing remotely, but can I indicate to them that the witness is marked with a small X to the right-hand side of the strainer post at its base on the northern side of the boundary fence, slightly to the right of the base of the strainer post. Is that a fair description of where you've marked that cross, Mr. Edwards?
To the left on
To the right as one looks at the photograph.
Bingle Tree side, yeah.
But, we
Yeah,
could
to the right.
possibly use the pointer on the screen.
And if that cursor could be moved slightly down to the base, a little bit further, and then come in, go back up, please. About there. Stop there. Is that about where you've marked the...
Yes.
And do you say that you couldn't extinguish that small grass fire in its early stages from your side of the boundary fence?
Yes.
You didn't have a long shovel with you, I take it?
Yes, I did.
You didn't have that available to use?
We tried to jump the fence that quick. And
Did you jump the fence or go through the gate?
we jumped the fence.
And all you had available, I think you said a moment ago, were your boots to stomp it out.
It was that quick that we freaked out and both jumped the fence and trying to stomp it out before it went, but it just took off.
And when you say it took off, did it take off because it was spotting because of embers floating from one
There's a
small ignition to another, or
fair bit of grass there. Can't see it now, but there was a lot more than that.
right, so there was grass cover that it got into, tussock grass.
Tussock, yes.
How long did you try and stomp it out before you decided you needed to get the firefighting
Less than a minute.
rig on the Land Cruiser?
Less than a minute.
Less than a minute. Could it have been longer than a minute?
My technically, no, I went straight back, ran around, opened the gate. My Hilux was parked right at the end of that stay. So my generator was on the back of it for the welder.
You jumped in your Hilux.
And I drove straight up to get the Land Cruiser and drove the Land Cruiser straight down. Actually, Spencer drove the Land Cruiser down.
So Spencer Morgan drove the Land Cruiser down.
Yes.
Now, do I recall correctly that you had not taken any training in relation to how to use this spray rig?
Yes, but I've been on the farm a lot of years. I know how to use the spray rig.
Did you know how to use this one?
Yes, I did.
Did you know how to use the pressure valve? Mr.
No,
Edwards?
we didn't.
You didn't know how to use the pressure valve. And was that causing some difficulties in terms of the water flow out of the dew reel and hose system?
High water flow, yes.
And it was suboptimal, was it not?
Yes.
Did you battle on notwithstanding those difficulties in relation to pressure?
We had a fair bit of pressure, but not as much as the old fella on the property showed us. If you turn this,
Well, that was a bit later, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that was Mr. Ferguson, James Ferguson.
was
Now, about what time did the fire start, do you believe? Was it around 11:30 a.m.? It's what you told police
Yeah, about that time,
on the 12th
yes.
of January. Does that accord with your recollection today?
yeah.
And when did you make a decision to call 000?
Shortly afterwards, when we nearly had it out. We fought it until the water ran out, and I said, "You better ring."
Do I take it from that last answer that your intention at the time was to try and extinguish the fire with the use of the spray rig
Yes.
in that area above the creek, the dry creek bed, which is Tobin Oakey's Creek? Is that correct? If you need to have a look at another photo, I think
Yes, that's correct.
the best one will be at tab 41, page 972.
41.
It's on the screen if you need to confirm the correct
That's correct.
document. Yeah. Was it the intention to use the spray rig, that is the Land Cruiser with the spray unit on the rear tray, to try and suppress the fire before it got down into that gully that one sees running down in an easterly direction?
Yes. Once we hit the creek, we knew it was going to go straight up the hill.
And why did you know that at that time?
Because if it hit the creek, that's all it had to go.
And did you know at that time that fire travels more quickly upslope?
Yes.
Have you ever been a member of a rural fire service brigade?
No.
Have you ever fought bushfire before?
Yes.
Now, how long had you been fighting the fire with the spray rig before it had run low on water?
Oh, probably 20 minutes, maybe a bit longer.
And by the time that it had run low on water, had the fire got down into the gully, into the dry creek bed?
Not quite. We nearly had it out, but then we ran out of water.
And who was with you throughout these firefighting efforts from the moment the spray rigs arrived with Spencer Morgan? Is it just yourself, Spencer Morgan and Mark Turner?
Yes.
Now, on this day, the 4th of December 2019, there were 3 other contractors working for you, were there not?
Yes, it was.
Scott and Aaron Middleton and Roy James, correct? Where were they in terms of the work they were undertaking in relation to where the fire originated from?
They were still on the fence down in the gully.
If we go back, I'll see if I can find a photograph for you, Mr. Edwards, but did they have a line of sight down to where you and Mr. Turner were working or not? Or was their line of sight obscured by any ridges or gullies or whatever it may be?
No, they should have been able to see.
Did they come down to render assistance at some time?
Later on, yes.
When you say later on, was that before or after the spray rig had run out of water?
After.
Run low on water?
After.
After. And did you tell them to get back to work, that you weren't paying them to fight fires?
No, I didn't. Not at all.
Well, it's said against you by Roy James that you said that you're in effect there to do fencing, not fight fires.
Not at all.
Scott Middleton says against you that you told him to get back to work.
Not at all.
You sure about that?
Yeah, 100%.
Did they, after the spray rig's been refilled, assist with fire suppression activities?
They did.
They did, but not before.
Not before.
Now, at what point did you decide that the fire was getting away from you and you may need to call emergency services?
When the spray rig ran out of water.
And who did you call first, Mr.
I didn't call anyone.
Did you call Charlie Tanous at some point?
I rang call, yeah. I called Charlie because I didn't know the address
And just breaking that down, if I may,
and asked him to ring.
would you agree with me that by the time you've rung Charlie, that the fire had been going for perhaps more than half an hour?
Around half an hour, yes.
And why was it that you rang Charlie?
No, I rang Charlie way before that.
I want to suggest to you that you rang him at about 12:06 p.m.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Now, why did you call him and not emergency services?
Because I didn't know the address.
Did you know the name of the property at
No,
that time?
not at that time, no.
And when you rang Charlie Tanous, did you get through to him or not?
I did.
Immediately? Or did you leave a message? Or did
can't
the call
remember.
go unanswered?
I can't remember, but I did get onto him.
And you spoke to him?
Yes, I did.
Are you sure you spoke to him?
Yes, 100%.
And did he give you the address?
No, I asked him to ring. Can you ring him and tell him the address and get it here? And so did Mark Turner.
Why did you ask Charlie to ring emergency services and not yourself?
Because it was his property and he knew everything about it.
And you said a moment ago Mark Turner rang.
Pretty sure Mark rang too.
Do you know when he made his call?
I'm not 100%.
When you are running low, that is the water rig is running low, Was a decision made to go back up to the house
Yes,
to refill it?
it was.
And who went up to the house to refill that?
Me and Mark,
And what was Spencer Morgan doing?
can't remember if he was with us or not.
And did you fill up the rig?
We did
To what level?
as much as we could before, I'm not sure how full, can't remember.
And was it slow going to fill up that spray unit on the back of the Land Cruiser because you were operating off a garden hose and a bore?
Yes,
Could it have taken in the order of 10 to 15 minutes?
probably a bit longer.
A bit longer? And in that time, in that perhaps 15 or so minutes, perhaps more, that you're refilling the spray unit on the back of the Land Cruiser, have you got any understanding what the fire was doing?
Yes, we could see it from the
And
house.
in what direction was it heading and what was it doing from your observation?
Up the hill towards the common.
It had left the Dry Creek bed. It's going up slope.
Yep,
And was it headed towards a heavily wooded area?
it was.
Was there any other firefighting equipment at that time that you could have utilised other than the spray rig you've identified?
No,
What about the water pod you mentioned earlier, 1,000 litre?
when I'd rang Charlie, he said it wasn't hooked up.
Did you, on this day, whilst the spray rig's being refilled, undertake an inspection of that water pod?
We went to get it, yes, and
And what did you discover when you went to get it?
it wasn't on its jockey wheel, it was on the ground. It had 1,000 litre water in it, and we couldn't even lift it to get it onto the tow ball.
So the front jockey wheel was damaged.
And
was it down on its
the
front?
drawbar was on the ground.
The front drawbar was on the ground, jockey wheel was no good,
Yeah,
and it was at full capacity, was it?
yes, it was.
But you had no means of jacking it up and putting it on a tow bar to take down to where you were fighting the fire.
That's what we're going to get the tractor to do that, and then none of the hoses were hooked up on it.
So that remained there unutilised.
Yeah, because the pump wasn't hooked up, nothing was hooked up. When I rang Charlie, he said that none of that's hooked up anyway. Because I told him, I said, yeah, we need the tractor to get that on. He goes, it's not hooked up.
Did it cross your mind to grab the dozer, the bulldozer that Spencer Morgan was using and put in a fire break that
No.
day or not?
No,
Didn't occur to you? Is that something on reflection that could have been done in the early stages of the fire?
probably could have, yeah.
Put a break in between the creek and where the fire started?
Yep.
Do you have a sense today, Mr Edwards, how long after your call to Charlie or thereabouts the first RFS personnel arrived?
How long?
Yeah.
Probably 3 hours.
Could it have been about 1:15, perhaps just under 2 hours after the fire started, that James Ferguson arrived with a spray unit?
I don't think so.
About 1:15 p.m?
Possibly, but I thought it was a lot longer than that.
Now, you went back down with the spray rig, the Land Cruiser,
Yep.
after you filled it up
Yep.
with Mr Turner,
Yes,
and what did you do?
I drove straight up the top of the hill, the next hill.
Was that on the hill on the side of the Eldred Springs side of the boundary fence? Or were you on the Bingle Tree side?
And that picture on 972,
Yes. You see the boundary fence running down into the gully, then up the hill
so we crossed the creek on our side
on the Eldred Springs side. You crossed the creek on that side, yes, to the south of the boundary fence.
and went straight up to that very top corner you see where it's cleared.
All right,
on the
where
boundary
the
fence?
cleared land meets the heavily wooded area.
Scrub. Yep.
Scrub there. So that's where you took the spray rig, the Land Cruiser, and continued your firefighting efforts.
That's where the fire was at that time.
And how long had you been up there before Mr Ferguson came?
At least an hour,
You sure it's that long?
at least.
Couldn't have been less.
Might have been a little bit less, but we were up there.
If you assume from me that Mr
Can't
Turner rang Triple
I can't
O
really,
at about 12:31, and at that time he was filling up the spray rig. And if you assume from me that Mr Ferguson arrived about 1:15 or thereabouts, would you agree that it's less than an hour?
8 trucks turned up pretty much on together.
Wasn't Mr Ferguson there for some time before other RFS appliances arrived?
Well, was he in a truck? I don't know who Mr. Ferguson is.
Did someone else turn up with a spray unit similar to what you were operating?
Yes.
Yeah. And I want to suggest to you that that was someone who was informed by RFS that there was a fire on the property.
Yep.
Remember that utility with a spray unit that came before
Yep.
RFS came in en masse?
Yep.
Now, just focusing on that unit, that individual, how long had you been up in that top corner that you just described in the photograph, page 972?
Wouldn't have a clue.
Wouldn't have a clue.
I was running and have time to check times and that.
Now, after the RFS have arrived en masse, did you and Mr Turner decide there was very little else you could do and decided to retire to Safala to the pub?
They come in halfway through there and yes.
Now, on the way out, did you decide to hit the weld joint with some gal paint?
No.
You sure?
Positive.
Didn't spray it with gal paint?
Not to my mind of that day, I don't think so. Pretty sure it was the next day when I went out there.
The next day?
I'm not 100% sure, but I did spray it.
I'll have it looked up. I rather thought when you had your interview with police that you did it that day on the way out. I'll just see if I can turn that up.
No,
I don't want to mislead you.
I might have done that.
Now, prior to you going, did you have words with Mr Middleton
Mr. Middleton.
and Roy James that if anyone was to ask that the fire started from a vehicle's exhaust?
I'm not just 100% sure, I can't remember that.
Well, think about it. It's said against you by Mr James that you told him and his stepfather, Scott Middleton, that you told them that the fire started from a vehicle's exhaust.
May have.
May have.
Not sure. A long time ago.
Did you tell your partner at the time, Alana Muir, after the fire that it started by a bulldozer pulling a cedar?
May have.
It's said by her that you told her that.
Yeah, may have. It was nearly 2 years ago.
Were you concerned on the 4th of December, Mr Edwards, that you would be blamed for the fire and wanted to cover your tracks somewhat?
Of course, and as anyone would do.
And against that background, is it possible that you told others that the fire was not caused by you but by some other means, such as a vehicle's exhaust or a bulldozer doing some seeding?
Could have done, yes.
And could you have hit the weld joint with gal paint to hide the fact that there was a recent weld joint?
No. I spray all the welds. They're all rust. They've all got to be sprayed with gal paint, otherwise they rust and snap.
You've said in your record of interview, and this is at page 243, question 597, and if you need to see it in its full context, please let me know.
Yep.
Mr Edwards, you say this: everyone, like Charlie, everyone was trying to cover their ass. Now, how was Charlie, to your understanding, trying to cover his ass?
Well, when I went to do my interview, he said, Charlie mentioned to me, he said, tell him you did it a couple of days before, and I said, no, I'm telling the truth.
Just so I'm clear, Mr Tanous, a couple of days before you undertook your interview with police,
Yep.
told you to tell them that you did the welding a couple of days before the fire started on the 4th of December.
Yes.
And do you know why he told you to say that to New South Wales Police?
No idea.
Or was it because he did not want
The drama?
there to be any drama around the cause of the fire emanating from his property?
Yes.
Correct.
Of course, as everyone would.
Now,
And he agreed with me when I said I'd tell the truth, and he said, no worries.
did he say anything to you else about not making certain disclosures as to how this fire started?
Oh, everyone was trying to do that.
What do you mean by that?
As in, no one wanted to get blamed for it. It's a big thing.
And why did you decide to fess up and front Mudgee Police on the 12th of January 2020 and tell them what had happened?
Because, I don't know.
Was it because Mr Turner told you that he was going to talk to police and tell them what happened?
We both agreed to go and tell the truth.
But were you dragged in there, in effect, by Mr Turner saying to you, I'm going to speak to police,
Not
I'm
really.
going to tell detectives what actually happened?
Not really.
Sure about that?
Yeah. I talked to him. I said, what do you want to do?
And what was his response?
We go and tell the truth. I said, no worries, let's do it.
And why didn't you do it before the 12th of January? This fire happened on the 4th.
My name was pretty mud at that time about all the locals. I went fishing.
For 6 weeks.
Not for 6 weeks. Around the time that he went.
If your name was Mudd, and I take it by that, is there honour to infer that there were rumours circulating around in the local community as to how the fire started and that people were suggesting it was started by you?
Yes.
Having gone fishing and having regard to those rumours that were circulating around, why didn't you front up to Mudgee Police earlier than the 12th of January?
I don't know. I was worried
Worried about what?
about the fire.
Now, did you go back to the property after the 4th of December or not?
Did.
And what was the purpose of going back to the property after the 4th?
Finish the fence.
And did you finish that fence?
90% of it.
And did you finish that fence, or 90% of that fence, on the 5th of December,
50,
the
yes.
day after?
No. I don't know how long it was after. It wasn't the next day.
Was it the next day? Sure about that?
Yep.
Was it in December or was it in the new year?
I think I'm not 100% sure. It would say, I got it in my invoice book, it would tell me.
And how did the arrangement that you had with Mr Tanous come to an end in circumstances where you only completed 90% of the scope of works in relation to that fence line?
Didn't pay me.
He didn't pay you. And why didn't he pay you?
Because he, I don't know, wanted me to finish everything, and I told him that didn't pay me for the last fence before that one.
And
And then in the end, we both told each other to go and stick it.
did it have anything to do with the fire?
May have,
Parting
no.
ways with Mr Tanous?
May have.
Well, may have. What do you mean may have?
It's 2 years ago, I can't remember.
Did you order materials for the fencing work, or was that something done by Mr Tanous?
Charlie.
So Mr Tanous was responsible for ordering in materials, so strainer posts, stays,
Yes.
star pickets, wire mesh, clamps, etc.
Yes.
And he would pay for the materials,
No clamps.
no clamps. And he was, as part of the arrangement, was to pay for the material.
Yes.
You were to provide labour,
Yes.
and he would pay you for the labour.
Yes.
And were you to be paid about $30 an hour?
Yes.
And were you limited to any meterage or not? Per
No.
day? Was there any cap on how much work you could do?
Not really.
And was there an arrangement as to how many days a week you were to undertake the works?
No, whenever I could get there and whenever I had time.
And did you have to notify him in advance of you turning up onto the property, or did you have free access when you were available to complete the work?
Free access, but generally he knew what days and that. I'd tell him what days I'd be there.
And would you tell him by phone call or text or some other way?
By phone call.
Now, can I just ask if the witness could turn up, please, volume 2. Do you have that with you there, Mr Edwards? Yeah. You had it early on, which was some of the invoices I think I showed you in that volume.
Yeah, I think I got it. Yep.
And can you turn up 16A, please? Sorry, I mean 16C. Page 491-25. Do you see an invoice there?
-25. Yep.
Is that a photograph of an invoice you issued, Mr Edwards, to Quickflow,
Yep.
dated the 18th of December 2019?
Yep.
You see there you've commenced to write the word fence and then crossed it out and wrote pipe work?
Yep.
Why did you do that?
Because it's supposed to be pipe work.
Pardon?
Because that's what he wanted.
That's what he wanted. Even though you were doing fence work, you continue to write pipe work.
Yep.
Now, it's an invoice dated the 18th of December. Is there a reason why you haven't billed Mr Tanous for the work you did on the 4th of December?
That's all in it.
That's in it, is it? Even though there's only reference to the 5th?
The fence, the fire starter was $4 a metre fence.
And that's the reference immediately above 5th Thursday, is it?
5th to Thursday was hourly, $30 an hour.
I think the bill for $1,000 for 250 metres relates to the work you're doing on the 4th.
Yes.
Was there a reason why you didn't write in the 4th?
No.
And you say you weren't paid for this invoice wasn't paid?
And I think that one might have been, it was probably the one before it that didn't get paid, or the one after it.
You know, that concludes the examination of Mr Edwards.
Thank you, Mr Castle. Just that the exhibit, which was the photo that was marked up by Mr Edwards on page 957 of volume 4, that'll be exhibit 58B. Mr Edwards, we'll just see if there's any other questions from people on the screen.
Yep.
We'll start with Mr Newton. Do you have any questions?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr Tobin.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr Edwards, you said there was a lot of rumours around the local district immediately after the fire, and you were concerned about the rumours. Just forgetting those rumours, you come to this court today to say that this fire definitely started as a result of the welding that took place on the post. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Right, thank you. The work that you were doing was work that you're being paid $4 per metre, is that right?
That's correct.
And was any loading if you had a number of strainer posts or corner posts or intermediates, or was it just a straight per meterage?
Just a straight per meterage.
And you provided all the fencing equipment, and the owner provided all the fencing materials.
That's correct.
Right. And the staff that you had with you on this day, there were 4 other staff, were they paid directly by you or they paid by Charlie?
By me.
Right. And so you had to have the fencing completed at a rate so that you could make a profit out of $4 per metre, and you had to have those staff working to get it so that you had paid them and had some profit for yourself. Is that right?
That's correct.
In the invoices which are in the tribunal book the last 3 invoices at 4191, perhaps if you've got that book in front of you, 4191.
Yes, got it.
That indicates that you've done 750 metres, is that correct? 750 metres, $4 a metre.
Now, we just might get that page right.
What page was that again, sorry?
4911,
491.
491 number 1, an invoice of 3rd of December 2019.
It's immediately behind tab 16A, if that helps the witness.
That one. At that At that time, were you being paid $4 per metre for fence construction?
No, that was $30 an hour per
Right.
person.
When do you gave evidence before that you were being paid at the rate of $4 per metre? When did it change to $4 per metre, or change from $4 per metre?
It was always $4 a metre, and then there was other jobs there that were hourly that weren't classified as a metre rate.
Right, so if I could just ask you to look at that one and the next 2 invoices.
We were all hourly work.
Well, in relation to 4913, that looks 6,803 metres at $4, doesn't it? That's how you get 732.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Was there any reason why either side of the date of this fire, some were being charged by the metre and some being charged by the hour?
All the new fencing was $4 a metre, and all the patching up of fencings and floodgates and all that was hourly.
So looking at those invoices, there's nothing to indicate on those invoices any new fencing being done in the week or so before this event. Is that correct?
That's
They're
correct.
all out.
They were.
On the day you're doing hourly, are you doing new fencing? So that's what's incorporated in that last invoice of later in December. Is that right?
That's correct.
When you are doing the hourly work, is that fence patching in effect?
Yeah, patching and little floodgates and that.
Right. So the distance that you would have been working on would have been, in fact, $4 at the day. Your patching is
Your Honour, can I just, sorry to interrupt my learned friend, Mr Tobin, we're having some difficulty at our end receiving your questions. We're getting some interference. I'm just wondering whether we could do a test our end to ensure that the link is stable.
Are we able to do that?
Is that, am I getting back or am I getting some?
We just said we're missing it. We're missing the occasional word.
Most people would applaud that, but I'm sure the court doesn't. If I go a little slower, it may help.
All right, we'll try that. Thank you, Mr. Tobin.
Thank you. When you are charging at an hourly rate, because it's patching, you probably are covering a bigger distance than if it is new fencing. Is that correct?
New fencing is a bigger distance.
Right. Now, when you did this work, which involved welding, on those occasions that you welded, you say you had a fire unit there with you.
It was 50 metres away.
Right. When you did the welding prior to the 4th, did you have somebody with you each time you did the welding?
Yes.
Who was the person who worked with you when you did the welding on other occasions?
Could have been Scott.
Right. And when you did the welding on other occasions, you would have had to have taken your utility to that position so you had the welding equipment at that point.
That's correct.
Right. And your offsider would have travelled with you. If
Yes.
somebody else was working on the farm,
I've had.
as Mr. Morgan, they would have the
what?
they'd have the utility, the fire utility. They'd have that with them, wouldn't they?
Not necessarily.
Right. How far away from the sheds or the homestead were these positions that you were working at?
Depends on which one you're talking about.
Right. In general dimension, the 1,200 acre property, am I right in understanding that? So about 500 hectares.
Yeah, that's right. All right.
So in that regard, it would be 2.5 hectares, 2.5 kilometres by 2 kilometres, something of that magnitude.
Yes.
Was it rectangular?
Yes.
Right. And which end of the property was the homestead? In the middle, or one side, or one end?
Sort of one side, one corner.
Right. And you could be working as far as 3 kilometres away from the homestead.
Yeah, at least 1,500 metres.
And if the fire utility was being used by Mr. Morgan or somebody like that, it would be a long way away from you.
Definitely.
Right. Did you have to get him to stop work and give the utility to you so you could have it available when you were doing the welding?
No.
Right. How would you get the utility from the homestead to the welding spot?
How?
Yeah. How would you get it?
You'd have to drive it.
Yeah. So he had the normal use of the utility?
If he had to use it, we wouldn't use it, obviously.
Right. So are you saying that there are days when you would take from him the utility to be the fire vehicle whilst you did the welding?
Yes, sometimes, yes.
Did you have to pre-arrange?
They weren't there the whole time either.
Right. So
they only started working there in the last stint. They weren't there beforehand.
Right. Mr. Morgan was there in the last few weeks, but before that, Jim was there for some 8 months, wasn't he?
Who's Jim?
The person who worked there with Mr. Morgan.
Mr. Morgan.
You can't remember anyone before Mr. Morgan?
No.
Right. When you put these invoices into Quick Flow,
yep.
Look back through the invoices. Every invoice from 2018 to the date of the fire was put in by you, bar one, which was put in by Jason. So you did all the work bar one, is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Right. When Jason was doing the work back in 2018, the invoices were going in Jamie's name. Can you say why that was?
No, we split them.
Right. He only put one in. I think you've put something like 14 in.
Jason put a lot more than that in.
Right. So we can assume a lot more fencing done than what is shown in the invoices in the coroner's court book.
Definitely.
Right. That would mean that the amount of work to be done would have required a lot of supervision. Would that be correct? From the landowner?
Yes.
Inspected your work on a regular basis?
Not really.
Commented on your work to you?
Yeah. Said we done a good job.
Told you if in fact he wanted further areas patched,
Yes,
and told you to send the account to Quick Flow, which you did because that's the method you'd get paid.
that's correct.
It wasn't for you to understand what Quick Flow's relationship with the landowner was. You were just told if you send the accounts here, that they'll be paid.
That's correct.
And the property, you told Mr. Turner when you're going to, there's a lot of cameras around the property. Is that correct?
There is.
Right. And so the owner of the property had a reasonably close supervision of who was on the property, who was doing what around the property.
That's correct.
Did you receive any instruction from him at any time as to what fire precautions you were to undertake when doing any particular task?
No, only that the firefighting pump was there.
Right. You didn't receive any instruction in relation to the pod back up at the house?
He said that was right to go, but it wasn't.
Right. In your statement, and in answer to question, I think it's 421, you said that pod had 800 litres in it,
At
and
least,
therefore weighed 8 tonne. You agree that if it had 800 litres, it'd only weigh
about 800. It was
right.
full. Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
full,
800 kilos.
and it had tyres central in that pod, in the sense it was suspended over a set of tyres.
7 tyres.
It was on a tired trailer.
I think it was a set of tyres.
Oh, yes, it was.
The difficulty you had with that pod was it was too heavy for you and those with you to lift it.
That's correct.
But also it provided no assistance in firefighting because it didn't have hoses attached.
That's correct.
Had you ever received any instruction from Quick Flow or from Mr. Toulouse on what days you should not work on the property because of fire risks?
No.
And had you received any instruction as to the level of protection that you had to have, such as clearing around strainer posts and things like that when you were doing welding?
No.
At the time that you were informed about the 600 litre firefighting tank, did you ever have any instruction that would not be full?
No.
Did you have any understanding as to why it would not be full?
No, it always had water in it.
Right. And that vehicle was used principally on the property?
Yep.
And so there'd be no reason why it shouldn't have been kept full, would there?
No.
Particularly in fire danger seasons. With the 3 people you employed in addition to Mr. Turner, how often had they worked on the property with you?
Not a lot.
Right.
Probably a couple of months, if that.
Did they receive instruction only from you or from Mr. Toulouse?
Just from me.
Right. Did they receive any instruction regarding fire prevention?
No.
And on the day of the fire, did you give them any instructions to help you fight the fire?
Not particularly.
Would you agree that if they had have been fighting the fire with you from the very start, you probably would have won the battle?
No.
Right. Did you see any purpose in doing trying to stomp the fire out and use shovels to try and stop the fire at the start? Did you see that as being in any way effective?
We did. We tried that, but it didn't work.
But if there were 3 more people, doubled your workforce, there's a good chance of that working, wouldn't there?
Yeah, technically, but them fellas that work for me, I didn't want them hurt either.
Right. But at that stage, you didn't have a fear of the fire in the sense that you and Mr. Turner were stomping on the fire, and the only thing that was being burnt was serrated tussock.
Yes.
You didn't invite them to come and help you fight the fire,
No.
and they didn't engage in fighting the fire at any time before the water ran out.
No.
Did you have any supervision at all in the week prior to the fire as to whether you should be working on the property? That's supervision from the quick flow or the property owner.
As in,
Say, be careful this week, it's getting really hot, it's getting really dry, or anything like that.
no.
Your task at the time that Mr. Turner was welding was to be the spotter, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the area to be spotted is normally downwind of the weld.
Yes.
Right. You were spotting up from upwind, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you would know from your experience in welding galvanized iron that when you try and weld it, it spits a lot.
Yes.
And so if there's a chance of a fire starting, it would be likely to be downwind from that weld.
There wasn't any wind
Right.
at that,
You say,
at that present time.
did the wind come up very quickly afterwards?
It did.
You agree now, in hindsight at least, that you should have cleared around the base of the post.
Definitely.
You should have water close by,
Yes.
and you should have been in a situation with something to put the fire out immediately if it wasn't water, to even have beaters.
Yes.
And you also agree that Mr. Turner, doing his work on that day, was doing exactly what you'd asked him to do and in no way deviated from that.
Yes.
Just one final point. Bolting v. welding. If you do bolting, would you have to do a drilling of the pole, or is it a wrap-on type bolt?
If you had to bolt it on, it's just a bolt-on wraparound.
Right. So you don't have to drill a pole, drill through the pole itself. It can be done without there being any drilling.
Not at all yet.
And what do you wrap it around it and ratchet tight or something like that?
Yeah, and you just bolt it on to the round post.
Sorry, I said one final thing, but there's normally another one. In the photograph we see, that's shown to you, one of the photographs, you saw a bulldozer blade.
Yes.
Was that bulldozer blade attached to the bulldozer on the day of the fire?
No.
When the bulldozer was being used to do the planting, was it being used without the blade attached?
I can't remember.
Right.
But he wasn't using it for a dozer. He was using it to spread seed.
Right, so he's using it as like a tractor at that stage.
Yes.
There's discussion about why don't we build a fire break with the bulldozer. It was not there was no blade attached to the bulldozer at the time.
There probably wasn't. I can't remember.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin. Anything rising?
Two topics, if I may. Thank you, Your Honour. In earlier answer to a question from me, Mr. Edwards, you said that the reason you called Charlie to noose was because you didn't know the location of the property. Remember that question and answer? Was there a reason why you didn't ring your brother Jason, who would have known the location of the property?
No.
Didn't occur to you that you could ring Jason and get the address and then ring 000?
I don't think he would have known the address either.
he turned up later that day, did he not, with some pods of water?
He did,
And did he learn about the fire from you?
yes.
Now, in relation to the invoices of which you've been asked a number of questions, were you paid by electronic funds transfer by Mr.
Yes.
Tanous or Quickflow?
Yes, quick flow.
And were you paid in relation to each invoice from an account bearing the names Quickflow or some other name?
I really don't know at this point.
The reason I ask you that is that in Mr. Tanous's statement to police,
Pretty sure it said quick flow on every invoice, every statement I got on my bank account.
Mr. Tanous says that this is paragraph 7, you're on page 484. These invoices were sent by Jamie Edwards via text message, is that correct?
They were,
I paid those invoices by bank transfer, that's correct, is it not?
that's correct.
From either my plumbing business or the farm business account. Does that accord with your recollection of payment that you were paid sometimes from Mr. Tanous's plumbing business, which one may infer is Quickflow, and the farm business account?
I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure everyone said quick flow, and how would you take an invoice with quick flow on it and send it from another bank account?
Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you, Mr Castleton. Thanks very much, Mr Edwards. You're excused.
Yes, thank you.
Your Honour, the next and final witness today is Charbel Tanous, otherwise known as Charlie Tanous. If Mr. Tanous could be called to give evidence, please.
Yes, can we just take a 2-minute adjournment, please?
Silence, please. All stand. This coroner's court is temporarily adjourned.
Cancel them.
Your Honour, I call Chabelle Tanous. If Mr Tanous could come forward to the witness box.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
Have a seat. Thank you, Mr Tanous. It's up to you, but if you like, you can take your mask off.
Thank you.
Would you please state your full name,
Chabelle Tanous,
your present address,
11 Norman Street, Merrylands.
and your present occupation?
Plumber.
Plumber.
Yes.
And are your plumbing work, is it through a company, or are you a sole trader, a partnership? What's the
It's
corporate?
through a company called Quickflow.
Quickflow.
Yes.
Is that Quickflow Proprietary Limited?
Yes, price limited is correct.
Now,
Sorry, Mr Castellan, to interrupt. I'll just get an appearance. Did you wish to?
Please,
Seek leave to appear.
I seek leave to appear for Mr Tanous. I also act for him with respect to the Supreme Court proceedings that's been brought by Mr Hegeman.
And sorry, could I just get your name?
HAD for the record, sorry, Your Honour, HADCHITI, initial G.
Thank you, Mr Hadji.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Sorry.
Mr Tanous, are you also known as Charlie?
Yes.
And did you provide to New South Wales Police a statement in relation to a fire that commenced on or near your property on the 4th of December 2019?
Yes, I did.
And is that statement a statement dated the 4th of November 2020?
Yes.
Have you read that statement recently?
Yes, I have.
Are there any matters that require correction?
No.
Is it otherwise true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge and belief?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you a part owner and still are a part owner of a property that is located at 1620 Upper Turon Road, Upper Turon in the state of New South
Yes.
Wales? Does that property have the name Eldrickham Springs?
Yes, it does.
And are you a part owner in equal shares as tenants in common with your brothers Musa and Joseph Tanous?
That's correct.
And how long have the three of you owned that property, that is Eldrickham Springs?
It was either 2004 or 2005, so it's been a while.
Not 2018? Definitely much earlier?
Yes, much earlier.
And how would you describe the property, Eldrickham Springs? Is it a farming enterprise or something else?
I wouldn't call it it's like it's a farm. It was initially purchased many years ago as a hobby, but then turned into a working farm.
And as a working farm, is it grazing or mixed grazing and cropping, or cropping? What is it?
A bit of everything.
And do you run sheep or cattle or goats?
Yeah, we run some cattle and some sheep, yes.
And as at December of 2019, were there two full-time employees working on Eldrickham
Yes,
Springs,
there was.
being John Wilson
That's
and Spencer Morgan?
Yes.
Now, the working farm, as you've described it on Eldrickham Springs, was that run through a corporate structure or a partnership?
Now, it was run, so Quickflow is our company and that manages the farm.
Quickflow Proprietary Limited, the plumbing company to which you've indicated
Correct.
you run your plumbing business through.
Yes, that manages the farm, so that practically runs the farm. That pays for all of our bills, all of our expenses on the farm, pays for, back then, Spencer and John Wilson. It pays for everything got to do with the farm.
Were there any separate farm accounts that were not related to Quickflow?
Possibly there might be. There could be, yes.
The reason I ask that is that in paragraph 7 of your statement, if you've got it in front of you, Mr Tanous, you refer to paying Jamie Edwards either from your plumbing business or the farm business account.
Yes.
What's the farm business account?
Okay, so Jamie Edwards, so going back to what you said before, so Jamie Edwards is always paid out of the Quickflow account.
Why have you mentioned there or the farm business account?
Could have been back then, that could have been my recollection, but all invoices have been paid through direct transfer to Jamie Edwards, so I'll be able to get evidence of that.
And in terms of the other employees, do you say that Mr Wilson and Mr Morgan were employed by Quickflow?
Definitely.
As the farm manager engaged corporate farm manager, Quickflow Proprietary Limited, engaged by you and your two brothers as the registered owners of the property.
Correct.
Now, can I just move forward to 2018? Was a decision made by either you or together with your brothers that there needed to be some fence repair and some new fences installed throughout the property?
Yes.
Was that your decision or was it a joint decision with the three of the Tanous brothers?
Probably a joint decision. Could have been myself at the time. I really can't remember that far back.
Right. And was one of the three owners of Eldrickham Springs delegated authority to negotiate on behalf of the other two a fencing contract?
Correct.
And who was the person who had the delegated authority of the other two
Myself.
joint owners?
Myself.
And you were given authority, were you, to enter into a fencing contract on behalf of your two brothers
Correct.
as owners of Eldrickham Springs
Yes.
or as directors of Quickflow?
Sorry, sorry, I don't understand that question, sorry.
Well, which entity entered into the contract with either Jason and/or Jamie Edwards to undertake fencing work in 2018 and 2019?
Quickflow.
Now, as at 2018 and 2019, were you yourself a director of Quickflow Proprietary Limited or not?
I'm not too sure.
Can I suggest to you that you were not a director of Quickflow
Possibly.
in 2018 and 2019?
Possibly. I need to check with my accountant in how that's all structured.
I'll move on, but I'll see if we can obtain a company search.
That's fine.
If you assume
Yes.
that in 2018 and 2019 you were not a director of Quickflow
Yes.
Proprietary Limited, what authority, if any, did you have to negotiate a fencing contract on its behalf with either Jason and/or Jamie Edwards for fencing work on Eldrickham Springs?
I can't answer that. No answer.
And why is that?
Just no, I'm not. I could have thought at the time that I was a director. I'm not too sure. I just, to be honest, I'm not too sure. But like, sorry. You know.
Can I hand you a document, please, Mr. Tanous? It's an ASIC current and historical company extract dated 27 April 2022. And could you just look closely at office holders and other roles and confirm with me that the directors, as at 13 May 2008, are recorded as your brother Musa and Joseph, and that each of them are recorded as shareholders of that company?
Thank you. Yes.
Do you agree with me that
Yes, I do.
historical search does not disclose that you were a director at any time
No.
of Quickflow Proprietary Limited?
You know.
And returning to my earlier question, are you unable to state today what authority you had, if any, to negotiate on behalf of Quickflow in relation to the fencing contract with the Edwards brothers?
Yes, no, I can't. I could have thought at the time that I was a director, because a lot of our companies are interlinked, so just the way they are structured with our accountant. So I could have thought at the time that I was, yeah.
Did you, in any event, negotiate with Jamie and his brother Jason Edwards in relation to fencing work on Eldrickham Springs?
Yes, I did.
And what was the scope of the work that you negotiated?
Scope was just to install new fencing and also repair old and take down old and install with new.
And do you recall, firstly, when the works were to commence and when the works were to be completed by?
No, it was more of a, they lived in the area and whenever they had time, we'd discuss the fence being put up, then they would just come whenever they would have free time. get it done and invoice me and just go from there.
I take it there was no urgency for
No.
the work to be done.
Definitely not. If there was an urgency, they started in 2018. If there was an urgency, we would have done it all. It dragged on over two or 2.5 years.
And did you agree a fixed rate in relation to the work?
Yes, yes, we
In
did.
terms of an hourly rate,
Yes, we did.
dollar sum?
Yes,
And was it $30 per hour or thereabouts?
yes,
And did you agree a rate per metre?
yes, correct.
And was the rate per metre in relation to new fences that were to be installed?
Yes,
And was the hourly rate in relation to labour, in relation to repairing or fixing
correct.
dilapidated fences?
Yes,
Now, the work started in 2018.
yes.
Do you know when exactly it started?
No, I don't.
And what was the arrangement in relation to notifying you that the Edwards brothers wished to carry out works on a particular day?
Sometimes they will send a text. Sometimes they will make a phone call. Some other times they will just come there at their own will. There was no lock on the front gate, so they were locals in the area, so they would just come in and get the work done and go home.
Was the arrangement that they would at least have to let you know that they were coming on
Yes.
the property
Yes,
to undertake work?
yes,
And at that time you would discuss with them what your requirements were and what they were to do?
yes,
And in terms of how long it took, that was a matter entirely for them?
correct.
Now, in November of 2000, I withdraw that, in 2018, when they've commenced the fencing work, were they to issue you invoices?
Yes, they were.
And did you instruct Jamie Edwards that he was to issue invoices by reference to pipe work, not fence work?
Yes, that's correct.
And why did you do that?
Because it's run under the Quick Flow company, it's just easier with my girls in the office because they're used to doing pipes and material day in, day out. It was easier for them to reference when I would purchase the material, that invoice was to go with that, to go with the purchase of material. And we were also purchasing pipes for the stays, so it was just easier from that point of view.
Were you responsible as part of the contractual arrangement between Quick Flow and Mr Edwards, or Edwards plural, for the supply of materials?
Yes, so I supplied all the material.
And was that stored on the property,
Yes, it was.
in one of the sheds up near the house?
Yes. Not in the shed, just outside the shed.
In terms of equipment, what, if any, equipment did Eldercam Springs provide Mr Edwards, either Jamie or Jason?
Jason had, Jamie, because Jason went missing. So Jason, I'm just getting confused, sorry, Fox, Jamie?
Presume Fox is Jamie.
Okay, yeah, so when we first started, Jamie was the sort of the person in charge. We were dealing with him. I was dealing with him. Then after the first or second fence, I don't know what happened between him and him and the Fox. Then the Fox finished off the farm.
So Jamie continued doing the work
Correct.
solely on his account.
Sold on his account, then he would only get his brother in the days that he had to weld.
And in terms of instructions or directions that you were required to provide to him,
Yes.
did you only deal with Jamie?
Yes.
From that point on?
Yes, from that point onwards, yes. I never spoke to Jason after that.
And did you yourself have to provide any labour, or was that his responsibility?
That's all his responsibility.
Now, in terms of the new fences that were to be installed, did Jamie, that is Fox,
Yes.
Edwards, request that there be bolt-ons for the stays to the strainer posts?
Yes, he did. He did ask me, but we like using weld-ons because it's a much stronger fence. And that's the knowledge that I got from all the neighbours, telling me don't use bolt-ons, make sure you get all the fences welded.
Was it also because it was more expensive?
No, it's not about that. Like, we spent a lot of money getting a new fence put up. If the bolt-ons was a better job, I would have got it done. But just going off the knowledge of the old neighbours and the farmers telling me don't use the bolt-ons because over time they slip up and the fence loses tension, make sure they're well welded.
And by the 4th of December, Mr Denise, when the fire started,
Yeah, sorry, just going back on that. And also, it would have been cheaper for me to get bolt-ons because I wouldn't have the hourly rate on top of that to weld the fence. So it was virtually costing me the same, if not more, to have them welded. So it's definitely not cheaper.
And based on discussions you've had with other farmers in the area,
Yes.
a weld joint was much stronger.
Yes, correct.
Now, by the 4th of December 2019, the day of the fire,
Yeah.
are you able to say how many metres of new fencing had been put in on Eldrickham Springs?
Kilometres.
Would it be in the order of 5 to 6 kilometres of new fencing?
Yeah, maybe even more, probably. Yeah.
And in relation to weld joints between a stay and a strainer post, are you able to say how many weld joints would have been put in over that 5 to 6 kilometres of new fence line?
Over 100, easy.
Over 100 easy?
Easy.
Now, in relation to the welding that was occurring on Eldrickham Springs, do I take it you did not provide any welding units to
No.
Fox
No.
Jamie Edwards?
No.
What, if any, instructions did you give to him about what he should be doing in relation to undertaking welding on the property?
Obviously, before Jamie started, he's obviously a professional at his trade. Obviously, before he started, I showed him where all of our firefighting equipment was. Yeah.
What was all the firefighting equipment you showed him you had?
We had a Land Cruiser with a fire tanker on the back, so it's like a firefighting equipment on the back that's also used for a weed spraying as well. So we had that there. We had another trailer with a 1,000-litre water tank on there, and Jamie was familiar with both of them.
Apart from those two units, were there any other firefighting?
Yeah, around the house, there's some fire hose reels that are hooked up to water. There's some fire extinguishers in the shed and around the sheds, in the vehicles also. Jamie's aware of all that.
When do you say you informed Jamie Edwards, Fox Edwards, of the spray unit on the rear of the Land Cruiser
The
vehicle?
day I met him and his brother out there, back in 2018.
And on that occasion, did you demonstrate to him how the spray unit operates?
I asked Jamie, he said to me he knows how to use it. He's born up on the farm and he does a lot of contract spraying for a lot of people in the area, so he definitely knows how to use the rig, definitely.
And based on that, you didn't undertake an instruction of how to use the spray rig?
I wouldn't say I didn't show him how to use it. Obviously, when he went there, I showed him everything that we had there, and said to him, this is the quick spray unit, firefighting equipment over there. Oh, sorry. He knows how to use the pump, and yeah, that was it. No. He was shown, he definitely was shown that it's there. He knows how to start a vehicle, he knows how to turn on the unit, and he knows how to use the remote controls.
I take it you didn't show him how to operate the pressure valve on that spray rig unit?
No, I probably didn't, because she told me he knows how to use it. And being a contract sprayer, using that machine, he would know how to use it.
But he's not a contract sprayer, is he, Mr. Tanous?
Yeah, well, he told me that he's a fencing, he does fences, he does all type of real work, he also does contract spraying as well. And he does a lot of stock work, so it's not only fencing contractor.
Have you come to learn in more recent times that Jamie Fox Edwards did not know how to operate the pressure valve on that unit?
Correct, I've come to learn that now, yes.
And that as a result of that issue, there was less than optimal pressure being applied to the water in the tank and the hose on the 4th of December 2019?
I wouldn't say less than optimal, but not as, it wouldn't have been operating to the full potential, no.
It was suboptimal then, was it not?
Could be.
Now, you've mentioned those two items of firefighting unit. What instruction, if any, did you give to him in relation to when he could use those units?
The keys were in it, he had full access to our sheds, he constantly used our tools, our generators, firefighting equipment. Every time he welded, he had it with him. So he had full access to all of our materials and tools there.
Throughout the course of Mr. Edwards, Jamie Edwards, doing the fencing contract work, I take it you weren't living on the property?
No. No one was.
No one was?
No.
Not even John Wilson or Spencer Morgan?
No. Oh, John might have spent the odd night there, but no. No one was permanently living there, no.
And how often in the period between when the contract fencing work commenced to the fire on the 4th of December 2019, would you yourself go out to the property?
I couldn't put a number, but many times.
Many times? Yeah. And on those many occasions that you were at the property, did you make any observations of Mr Edwards undertaking fencing work?
See, we were mainly there on weekends, and Jamie wouldn't work weekends.
Is the answer to my question, you made no observations of Mr Edwards undertaking any fencing work, Mr Tanous?
Sorry, can you repeat that again, sorry?
I'm simply wanting to explore with you whether you made any observations between when the fencing work commenced in 2018 until the day of the fire, the 4th of December 2019,
Yes.
whether you made any observations of Mr Edwards carrying out fencing work on the
Yes,
property.
I did.
Right. On how many occasions?
Couldn't tell you.
Pardon?
I couldn't tell you. A few times.
Not a lot.
Not a lot, no.
And do I take it that on those few occasions that was not on a weekend?
Could have been.
A moment ago you said that you would come up on weekends and
Correct.
Mr Edwards would not work on a weekend.
Yeah, so I didn't mean he doesn't work every weekend, but majority of weekends he has the weekends off. So, to be honest, I don't really recall on which weekends, but very, very minimal, if any. Very, very minimal.
And on those few occasions
Yes.
that you observed Mr Jamie Edwards undertaking fencing work on Eldrickham Springs, did you make any observations of him undertaking welding work?
No, I didn't.
How then can you say in your evidence that of the 100 or so weld joints that were put in on the new fences, that Mr Edwards always had the spray rig with him?
Because that's what he told me, and he's professional at his job. So just going off from what he's told me.
You're relying upon information relayed to you by Mr Edwards
Correct.
that on each and every occasion that welding occurred on the property, the fire spray rig was present with him.
Correct.
So you yourself never made
No.
that observation.
No.
Coming to the 4th of December 2019, when were you first made aware that there was going to be fencing work carried out on the property leading up to the 4th of December?
Couldn't tell you exact date, but it was prior. He had one last fence to do, and then that area would have been complete. So it was prior to that day. I couldn't tell you exactly what date.
You knew that they were working on the 4th of December, I take it?
No, I didn't, because he sent me a text message a couple of days before that they'll be finished the next day, which was the 3rd. So I didn't even know they were out there on the 4th.
When did you last know that they were out there?
When I received the call that there's a hire.
And before that call, did you know that they'd been out there in late
No.
November or November?
Yes.
And when was the last time you knew that they were out on the property? Do you know what day it was?
No, I couldn't. If I go through my phone, I might be able to find some text messages.
Was it late November or early December?
I couldn't say. It was just prior to that date.
And on the occasion that you last knew that they were out on the property undertaking fencing work, that's before the 4th of December.
Yes.
Did you have any discussions with them about what they were going to be doing?
No, I didn't, because he knew what he was going to be doing. It was that last fence.
And did you have any discussions with him about fire danger and preparedness for fire given the weather conditions?
No.
Did you, as part of your practice as an owner of a rural farming enterprise, keep an eye on what the RFS were doing by way of fire danger ratings in and around your area, or not?
No, but I would keep my eye on the temperature in the area, yes.
And why would you keep your eye on the temperature and not on what the RFS were
Obviously,
publishing by way of fire danger ratings?
because we own a farm and we're going through a drought, so we're constantly checking to see if we're getting any rain coming through. So that's the main reason why.
Did you, as part of your practice as an owner of a farming enterprise, take the time to find out whether there are any total fire ban days that
Yeah,
may
we-
impact
yes.
your farming operations?
Yeah, we did prior to that because we were doing some burning of heaps months before this issue happened. So yes, so when we were doing any fire burning, we were checking it. Yes,
How long had the property been under drought conditions for by the 4th of December, Mr Tanis?
couple of years. I couldn't tell you exact.
Fair to say, on the last occasion that you'd been out there, it was very dry,
Yes, it was.
and that the vegetation that was in existence on your property was cured, that is, dry and flammable.
Yeah, so we had mainly turned up a lot of our ground, so there wasn't much vegetation. We had a lot of the property was getting turned up.
But that hadn't been turned up, do you accept, was very dry and flammable?
Correct.
And when was the last time that you'd been out to the property before the fire on the 4th of December?
Couldn't tell you.
Was it days, weeks, months?
Couldn't tell you. I'd have to go back and probably go through my phone, see pictures, messages.
Were there positioned throughout the property surveillance cameras?
Yes, around the house. Yes.
And were you able to monitor what activities were occurring on the property through those surveillance
No,
cameras?
we were only able to determine if anyone's around the house.
The cameras that were on the property did not extend to allow vision to the front gate, I take?
No.
Now, did you give any instructions in either November or December to Mr Edwards that he was not to carry out any welding activities because of the dry conditions that the property was therein suffering under?
No, I can't remember if I did or didn't.
Did you, at any time in November or December, give express instructions to Mr Edwards that if he was to undertake welding, that he was to have with him particular firefighting equipment?
Yes, I did definitely.
And when was that? Did you say you had that, gave that express instruction?
When he started in 2018.
What about in November or December of 2019, which was my question?
Oh, sorry, no, I can't remember if I did or didn't.
Did you ever ask Mr Edwards what firefighting equipment he would have with him when he was undertaking welding work on your property?
I don't recall asking him. No, I'm not sure. I can't answer that in a yes or a no.
When do you say you first became aware of the fire on the property on the 4th, Mr Tanis?
When Jamie called me.
Right. And was that at about 12:06 p.m?
Yeah, it was about midday. I don't know exactly. It was
Did you answer the call?
I missed his first phone call. Then I sent him a text message that I can't talk, I'll call you back. But as that message went through, he also sent me a message saying that there's a fire and it's out of control. Then I tried to call him multiple times and send him a few text messages. Then I got a hold of him. He told me there's a fire. I say yes.
And did he tell you how the fire started?
No, he didn't. He just said to me that there's a fire, it's out of control. And I asked him, have you called the fire brigade? He said no. I think I exchanged a bit of words, as in, why haven't you called them? Then I hung up the phone and I called them then and
Tell
there.
you why he hadn't called 000 or emergency response service?
No.
What did he ask you to call
Yes, he did.
000?
Yes, he did.
Did he ask you to do that because he didn't know the address of the property?
No, he just said to me, there's a fire, it's out of control. And I asked him, have you called the fire brigade? He said to me, no. Remember, I think I said a few words, as in, like, you should have called them. Then I hung up and I called them straight after it.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your evidence, Mr Denise, that there was a 1,000 litre pod of water
Correct.
on a trailer.
Yes.
Was that trailer defective?
It wasn't, yes, at the time it was, yes. So we had taken off some parts of it to get them repaired because they were split.
And it was missing, was it not, the front jockey wheel?
Yeah, so it had a broken jockey wheel. It wasn't missing, the jockey wheel was on there, but something happened. Someone must have bumped it or the jockey wheel gave way and it snapped the jockey wheel. And there were...
It was resting on its front drawbar, wasn't it?
Correct,
On
yes.
the ground.
Correct,
Do you
and
agree with me that would weigh in the order of over a tonne?
Yes, definitely, because it's a 1,000 litre water tank on it,
plus a trailer.
plus the trailer.
And in circumstances where the trailer was defective,
Yes.
how was it envisaged, at least by you, how that could be utilised should there have been a fire on the property?
That wasn't going to be utilised. That's why we had the truck with the quick spray unit to be utilised while we got the other one repaired.
So as at the 4th of December 2019, do you agree with me that the only firefighting unit on the property was the Land Cruiser with the spray?
Yes,
unit?
and extinguishers.
And those extinguishers were in the house, were they?
No, in the shed, not in the house, in the shed.
And did you ever inform Mr Edwards
Yes,
of the presence of those fire extinguishers?
Yes, correct.
You didn't mention those in your evidence earlier.
Sorry?
You didn't mention
Yeah, I know.
those in your evidence earlier.
Yeah, well, I did this, I think a couple of years ago now, but yeah.
Now, when did you first return to the property after the fire?
I don't know exactly when, but it was after the fire.
And at some point after the fire, did you tell Jamie Edwards to tell people that the welding work had happened a couple of days before the fire started on the 4th of December?
No, that's incorrect. Jamie sent me a text message, which I have on my phone, to say that the fire happened, sorry. Do you mind if I can I bring out the message at all? Yeah. Just so I know exactly what it was.
Well, while you're searching for that, and in due course I'll seek access to that with your honour's leave, Mr Edwards has given sworn evidence today, Mr Tanous, that you told him, that is Jamie Fox Edwards, to tell police that he had welded a couple of days before the 4th of December.
He told me to say that, and I told him I'm not going to say that, and I have a text message to prove it. Here it is. Would you like to see that?
Your Honour, could I seek access to that?
Yeah, sorry. So I'm just I'm new to this. So he sent me the picture of the fire. Then on the 5th of December, he sent me a message. Just tell them that the post and stage got put in 4 weeks ago. If you'd like to show that.
Your Honour, in due course I'll seek to have a screenshot of this taken and printed, but can I record for the benefit of Your Honour and my learned friends who are appearing virtually that on the 5th of December 2019 at timestamp 12:55 p.m. there's a photograph sent which shows smoke rising behind some trees, and I believe that the photograph that I'm now looking at is found at page 491-24 of volume 2, and then immediately below there's the words, "Just tell them that them post and stays got put in 4 weeks ago. I need," and then that's all that is there for the 5th of December 2019 at 12:55 p.m. It emanates from the contact Jamie Edwards Fencer, and then the next entry is 15 December 2019 at 1:19 p.m. from Mr Edwards saying, "I need gribbles." The response from Mr Tanous is, "Hey bro, I got some. You coming Monday?" Response Tuesday, "Okay." Now,
Sorry, Mr Castleton, what page was that?
it's volume 2, page 491-24, which is the same photograph. Could I seek a direction from Your Honour that Mr Tanous provide a copy of that text message to my instructing solicitors so that that can be disseminated to my learned friends and tendered in due course?
Yes, thank you. Mr Tanous, if you wouldn't mind
That's fine.
making that available.
No problem at all.
Thank you.
And perhaps if It may be, Your Honour, that I seek leave of Your Honour to issue a subpoena for production of any text messages between Mr Tanous and Jamie Edwards for the period 1 December to 15 January 2022.
Yes, I'll arrange for that.
Now, Mr Tanous, that doesn't quite answer my question, which was tell them, that is police, that the welding was done a couple of days before.
Sorry, so what do you mean?
Simply putting to you what Mr Edwards told Her Honour in his sworn evidence today.
Yes.
He said that you told him, Mr Edwards, to tell police that you welded a couple of days before the 4th of December.
Sorry, that's incorrect. No, I didn't. And if I did say that, why would he send me a text message to tell them that that stay got put in 4 weeks ago?
Now, returning to the 4th of December 2019, on that day, was Mr Wilson working or not?
I'm not sure.
Was Mr Spencer Morgan
On
working?
which day? Sorry, on the day.
Day of the fire.
Yes.
If you don't know, please say
No,
so.
Spencer was. I'm not sure about John.
All right. Now, do you know what Spencer Morgan was tasked with that day?
No, I don't know that day.
Do you know that he was operating the dozer
Could have
and the
been.
seeder?
Could have been.
And do you know that on that day he had use of the Land Cruiser with the spray unit?
I'm not sure of that.
Anything else? Thank you, Anna.
Thanks, thank you. There may be some other questions, Mr Tanous. Mr Newton. If you look that way.
No questions, Your Honour.
Mr Tobin.
Thank you, Mr. Toulouse. The company, I assume, received the profits from the sale of sheep and cattle and crops, as well as is that quick?
Sorry, I can't understand.
Sorry, Mr Tobin. We're having the same difficulty with cutting in and out a bit.
I'm sorry. I'll try again slower.
Thank you.
I can't hear him.
Oh, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Profits.
Okay, we'll try again, Mr Tobin. We can't hear you at all, Mr Tobin. Can you hear us? Mr Tobin, can you hear us? Do we need Mr Tobin to disconnect and reconnect? Or use audio, perhaps? Okay, just going to take a short adjournment while we get some instructions for Mr Tobin.
Silence, please. All stand. This coroner's court now resumes.
Mr Tobin, I think we have you again.
My apologies, Your Honour. It's my incompetence.
All right, we'll start again and thank you.
Mr. Noose, the profits from the company, from the farm, were paid to Quick Flow, is that right? The sale proceeds for the sheep and the cattle?
I'm not too sure about that. I can check that.
Right. So, but Quick Flow managed the property
Yes.
and they owned the sheep and the cattle or not? Or don't you know?
I don't know.
Insofar as the contracts that you negotiated with Mr. Jason Edwards and later with Jamie Edwards, you're uncertain as to what your authority was, but the company has ratified all those contracts in the sense that they paid for what you negotiated. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. But you, among your brothers, was the one who was left, in effect, to do the day-to-day management of the property.
Correct.
Right. And so you spoke with John Wilson and Spencer Morgan, as well as with the Edwards boys.
Yes, that's correct. Also, time to time, my older brother Musa would also speak to him time to time as well, yes, but it was mainly myself.
And you knew that one of the requirements of being a landowner there was to carry out your property so it didn't do damage to other properties.
Correct.
Right. And you understood from that that you had a duty to other landowners to ensure appropriate fire protection on your property.
Yes, that's correct.
In relation to the works that were being done by the Edwards, what, if any, directions did you give them as to when they could work on the property?
Sorry, could you come back? So you say when they could work?
When they were to do the fencing, did you give them any directions as to what days they could or could not work on the property?
No.
Right. And they hadn't. There'd been no fencing work carried out on the property for about 5 or 6 months before the November, just before the fire. You were aware when they started to do the further fencing in the November that the fire was that the property.
Sorry, no, there was work done. So Jamie did a fence on the eastern boundary. That still to date is still not complete, and that I had paid him for in full. So even though he hadn't invoiced, I've still got 1 or 1.5 kilometre fence that is still not complete, and he's paid for it, and he's been paid for it in full. So even though he was not invoicing, I do recall he was coming back and finishing off that fence in bits and pieces.
The invoices, you had 3 invoices in November, December, and then the last invoice before that appears to be in the April of 2019. Do you say they were coming onto the property between the April and the November?
Yes.
Right. How frequently?
I couldn't tell you how frequently, but he's got a 1.5 kilometre fence that's still not complete. So he was coming at it in his spare time.
Right. When you say still not complete, you say it's been paid for?
Yes, it's been paid for in full, definitely.
Right. So there was work that had been paid for many months before it was actually done.
Yes, correct.
Why did
Well,
you
to be
pay-
honest, a lot of the fences were paid before they were finished because Jamie was one that was always struggling for money. And
Right.
yes.
So when you paid, you didn't know whether he'd done the work or not.
No, I would pay, but knowing that the majority of the fence is done, but not 100% complete.
Right.
But knowing that we were still going to do more work, so I would get it paid, and he would have like another fence sort of half started, if that would make sense.
Were you paying him by the hour or by the metre as far as work?
When putting up a new fence, it was being paid by the meter, and when taking down old stuff and repairing, it was by the hour.
Right. What directions did you give him, if any, in relation to fire risk?
Sorry?
What directions did you give him, if any, about how to protect from fires?
Well, if he was ever working on there and welding, he would have the truck next to him.
Right. What else would you ask apart from having the truck next to him?
Obviously, he would follow everything, wet the area, put down mats,
Right.
check the weather temperature.
As a plumber, you were aware of the risks of fire from welding?
Yes.
You've seen welding done frequently?
Yes, I have.
And one of the big risks is the spitting of hot metal from the welding site?
Yes, that's correct.
And you knew that that was a bigger risk when it was galvanized iron that was being welded? It spits more than black iron?
Yes, it does.
Right. When did you inspect the base of the various strainer posts to see if he had been clearing around the base of the strainer posts when he was doing the welding? Or did you ever inspect?
When was the last time? No, I did. I'm just trying to see when the last time was. It would have been a while ago. So that fence that he put up, that was pretty much one of the recent ones that was in an open area. The rest of them were all sort of up along the boundaries. So it's not something that would be like frequently viewed.
Did you have any system of either John Wilson or yourself inspecting the strainer posts to see whether they had been cleared around before they'd weld?
No, I wasn't, because wherever we put up a new fence, we got a bulldozer in place to bulldoze the area. So the vegetation was cleared.
On the day of the fire, did the bulldozer have the blade on it?
No, so that bulldozer did not do our work. We had a contractor. So that bulldozer that we have on our place, that's done no clearing. That's mainly done seed work. So all the clearing for the fencing was done by an external contractor.
Was there a bulldozer on the property on the day of the fire that had a blade on it?
Yes, there was.
And was that your bulldozer or a contractor's?
That's our bulldozer.
And was that putting a crop in or ripping up some land?
Yes, it could have been doing either one. I'm not sure on the day.
Who was driving it?
It could have been John or Spencer.
Right. That would have been able to be used for fire suppression? Would a fire break down?
No, because the blade was not on, no.
Right. So you say the bulldozer was there but no blade on it?
Correct.
Right. You said earlier that there were extinguishers in the vehicles.
Correct.
Did you know whether there was an extinguisher in the vehicle that had the water tank on it?
Yes. All the vehicles up there have extinguishers in them.
Right. So you're saying that the vehicle which would have gone to the fire scene had an extinguisher that could have been used?
Yes.
Did you ask why it wasn't used?
At the time, I'm not sure if I did. When Edward did call me, when Jamie did call me, it was more of a rush to get the authorities called. And
but one of the things after an event like this is to check to see what went right and what went wrong. Did you check to see whether there was an extinguisher in that vehicle?
Yes, there is an extinguisher in there.
Right. Did you ask Spencer Morgan why it wasn't used?
I can't remember if I did.
The tank, the water pod up near the house was not operational.
Correct.
But the one on the back of the truck, did you have any instruction as to how much water is to be kept in that tank?
Yes, so we would always leave that half to 3/4 full, because being hilly terrain, we'd never ever fill it to full capacity, because then it'll become a roll hazard if taken off track.
So there should be 300 to 450 litres in it at all times.
Correct, yes. By memory, I think it's a 600 or 700 litre tank by memory.
Did you check to see how much was in it on the day of the fire?
No, because I wasn't there on the day of the fire.
Did you ask?
But the last time I was there, yes, there was definitely water in there.
Right. Did you ask your staff how much was in it on the day of the fire?
No.
Did you have any?
I asked Jamie, did you use the quick spray unit? He said to me, yes, it was only about half full.
Did you have any system whereby your staff were to ensure that extinguishers were in the truck, water was in the truck,
Yes.
and inspect for clearing around the base of poles?
Yes, correct. So if you use any tools, you put your tools back. If you use any water out of the tanker, you fill it up again. If you take the extinguisher out for any reason, you put it back where it belongs. So yes, definitely.
Now, that instruction, was that a written instruction or a verbal instruction?
Verbal instruction.
And when would it have been given to John Wilson?
When he started. So John was very, very good. He's been on the farm all his life. He's a mature person and he's very, very wise on the farm.
Did you check with him afterwards as to whether or not those instructions had been complied with?
I can't remember if I did.
Did you check with Spencer Morgan as to whether they'd been complied with?
I can't remember.
And did you at any time check to see whether or not, when there was multiple occasions of welding, that proper practice was carried out when that welding was on?
Yes, correct. Yes. So Jamie will tell me the fence is all done and it got done safely. It's complete. Can I get the invoice paid? So I wouldn't physically know if he was being truthful. I would just go off his word.
But you could have checked to see if he's being truthful by checking through John Wilson and or inspection of the poles, couldn't you?
No, because John Wilson's a very, very old man, sort of very overweight, so he won't be able to walk up a steep hill or into a gully. So no.
He had a vehicle to drive around though.
Yeah, he did have a vehicle, but a vehicle access can't get you around hilly terrain.
And you knew as at November, December of 2019 that your property was subject to drought and therefore an acute fire risk if anything happened.
I wouldn't know if it was an acute. I would know that it was in drought time. Yes.
Right, and any fire that started, not only could it damage your property, but easily get into the nearby ranges.
Yes, I presume so, yes.
And so you accept you had to be extremely vigilant at that time, in particular, as to the way your property was being operated.
Correct.
I have no further questions, Ray. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin. Mr. Hachidi?
Nothing arising, Your Honour.
Mr. Castleton?
Nothing arising, Your Honour.
Thanks very much, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you.
You're excused.
Thank you very much.
Free to go.
Before Your Honour rises, could I just tender the ASIC Historical Company Search for Quick Flow Proprietary Limited?
Yes, certainly. That will be Exhibit 58C.
Please the Court. Your Honour, there are two witnesses for tomorrow, James Ferguson, RFS volunteer, and Michael Grabham, RFS brigade captain.
Thank you. Unless there's anything else, we'll adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
My pleasure, Your Honour.